Welcome back. It is Friday night again. We're gonna do a bit of a different show tonight. Looks like we may have some articles queued up for later potentially. But for the most part, I think we're going to do a discussion video tonight. Still fighting latency. You would think in 2024 they could figure out how to have zero latency with a Bluetooth dongle, but apparently that is asking too much. So if I stutter, that is why. I have tried changing settings. We're just going to have to bear with it. So, or I could just go back to the old headset where the left ear is going to crap. Either way, one of the two. But we'll get through this. No, we're going to have a bit of a discussion tonight. We do have a full panel. It's going to be a little bit different than the usual. We're going to challenge some thoughts that we normally have in this community. Not as a bad thing. Challenging thoughts. Hang on just a second. Just looking into something on the side here while we're doing the show. Okay. All right. Anyway, just addressing some last minute stuff. I am hitting the ground running here. I had very little time to prep. We set up the show last night, but Murphy showed up, to say the least. Anyway, yeah, we'll go ahead and get the panel in here briefly, but I think this is a good discussion. I think it's something to consider. Essentially, where the red pill kind of falls short of being the final destination, so to speak. Not that it's not useful. There's nothing bad about the red pill or MGTOW philosophies, ideologies, what have you. I just don't think they're an end goal. I think they are a good stepping stone, a good place to learn, a good place to grow as an individual and to heal, and to then move on. That doesn't mean you can't take what you know here and apply it, and it doesn't mean that it's not important. But I do think there comes a point where you can use a hammer to put a nail into a piece of wood and to build whatever it is you're building, a home, for example. There's a point where the hammer, the tool, becomes destructive rather than helpful. The red pill is a tool. So, for example, we take the hammer, we hammer it into the wall, right? We get the nail in there. But if we keep hitting the hammer over and over again, eventually we're just destroying what we're creating, right? Similarly, I believe the red pill is a tool. When used accordingly, it is an amazing piece in your toolbox to use to your advantage. But at some point, it becomes destructive to your life. Let me give you a brief example. So let's say we're talking about red pill in the sense of, how do I put this YouTube safe? You woke up one day and realized that molten material, thermite, something or other, September, blah, blah, blah. Leave it at that. Most of you that know red pill know exactly what I'm saying. And then you see the corruption of certain entities, right? Government, bottom line. And then you get frustrated, and then you get angry, and then you demand change, and it should all stop right now because you see the truth. Well, we already know how that works. The world isn't going to change just because your views of the world has changed. And this is the interesting part about it. Whether it's dating, whether it's conspiracy theories, which facts, whatever, facts that have yet been proven, right? Whatever it is, you get to a point where I see a lot of guys in this space, and myself included, I've been there, where now that you know the truth, now that you can see it, you almost demand the world change as well. And that's just not realistic. So there's a quote, and I don't have it in front of me, but enlightenment better not start, right? Enlightenment might as well finish. What this means is enlightenment, you ever you ever envy, maybe not envy blue pill thinking, but envy people who are just uninitiated, just don't know what's going on because their lives seem so much but are so much happier because they're just eating the steak, as Cypher said in The Matrix. They don't know what's going on around them. And it is easy to envy that, right? You're aware, and, ignorance is bliss, so to speak. And the people around you that are completely ignorant to the reality of the world seem so much happier. Well, that's part of the danger, right? Once you start down the path of enlightenment, red pill being a form of philosophy, you get yourself into a position where unless you fully digest that pill, there's no spitting it back up. There's no getting rid of it. You now know the truth. It is what it is. If you don't fully internalize the red pill, it becomes, best way to put it, it's that red pill rage, right? Where you're furious with the situation and you're not quite sure what to do, and you've got a lot of anger because of what you're starting to see. And then you internalize red pill, right? And you're able to start calming down and seeing it for what it is. But a lot of people still think everything needs to change, right? That's where you get to enlightenment. Enlightenment might as well finish. So you've internalized the concepts to a degree. That's the point where the whole world has changed, yet it's completely the same. And that might be the hardest pill to swallow. I'm not going to call it black pill, white pill. Fuck all the pills for a minute. Excuse the language. We're going to try to clean it up a bit tonight. But you get to a point where you have to embrace, yes, now I know everything that I know. And as terrible and terrifying and awful as that might be, the world is still the same. And just because I know that doesn't mean it's going to change. I can't force it to change. It may never change. And how do I adapt and live in the world as it is? And I think that's where a lot of the content creators in this space fall short. A lot of them will tell you about a MGTOW manifesto or red pill dating tips or whatever it is, but they don't offer you a way out. And there is a way out. And this is going to be a deep dive. It won't just stop here tonight. But I really want to challenge your thinking. We've all collectively, some of you longer than others, have realized the truth about a lot of things, whether it's conspiracy, whether it's the reality of dating and how awful it is, so forth and so on. But where do you go from here? Because now you know, but the world's essentially the same. That's the hard pill to swallow. And that is what we are going to re-examine tonight. So let's bring in the panel and we'll have a discussion. I'm going to start with Crusader Nate actually tonight. I feel like, the panel tonight is well prepared and well versed in this. And I'd like to see what these guys have to say. So I'm going to actually backseat for a second and let each member I bring on discuss their perspective of this as well. So we're going to do it one at a time. Welcome to the show, sir.
Well, everybody else is prepared except me. But I'm never prepared for this. So this is a topic that we've all been discussing rather in-depthly for well over a year, many times backstage panels and other things. And this is definitely something that needs to be addressed publicly, I believe, for the good of everybody involved. These are some of the conversations that many of the panel members and myself have been having and discussing things. But the one, I'd say, social misconception that I've seen oftentimes is the association of MGTOW and the red pill being one and the same. They're actually two separate things. If you look at it, the original origin of the red pill is going back to the Matrix movie in the late 20th century. Yes, I'm that old, I remember it. But it's talking about the red pill as being an unveiling, a showing of the truth and dispelling the lies and removing the manipulation. So that's a red pill. that anybody can be red pilled on what's going on in the world. It doesn't have to be exclusively associated with men going their own way. Now, men going their own way due to having their own red pilling moment or red pilling experience is a different thing. And once again, men going their own way is them doing their own thing, which is right for them. What's right for Rhino is not right for me. What's right for me may not be right for Sean or anybody, or Bacon. What's up, Bacon? Good to see you out there. Some of the other guys in the community. What's right for each one of us isn't going to be right for another person. There is no silver bullet. There is no cookie cutter thing. And this is where we as individuals need to find out what we're passionate about, what we enjoy in life, what brings us peace. And once we've made it through that red pill rage of understanding society has been lying to us, we can all be stuck in that phase, but we all need to learn to grow and live and learn and move on. And that's kind of the center of this conversation. So, all of this is going to be subjective, all opinion based. There's some things, generally speaking, that will be true for a vast majority of us, but it's never going to be a cookie cutter answer or solution of, flipping houses. Everybody should flip houses. Everybody should collect antique cars. Everybody should. No. If you're passionate about that, if that brings you peace, if that brings you joy, then do it. But don't let anybody tell you to go do what works for them. It's your responsibility and your job to think for yourself and do what works for you. Some people brew beer, other people collect toys. Some people plant gardens and do pickling and canning and preserving food. Some people hunt and fish. Everybody has something that brings them peace. Find what it is for you and think about that as we go through this.
Yep, I agree 100%. This is the most interesting thing about this discussion tonight. There is no answer. And I want you to really think about that. There is no answer. Okay, I can help you. The panel members can help you. These shows in this space in general can help you find your answer, but your answer ultimately is your own. For example, as Nate was saying, some people collect the entire Toys R Us now that it went out of business. That works for me. It's how I, how I take pride in the work I do. I work hard, and this is how I display that. That works for me. It's fun. But it may not work for you and or drive you nuts. And, some people are all about don't consume, be a minimalist. And that's a perfectly acceptable answer. As a matter of fact, that's equally as right of an answer as collecting the entire Toys R Us display. But I want you to think about that. There is no answer. Although there are some things that I do think would help you better yourself. For example, I did see in the comments, and I am seeing the comments scrolling by. The red pill rage, for example, it isn't healthy to live in forever. I see you guys over on Rumble discussing that. Red pill rage is inevitable for anybody that comes into this space, whether it's dating, whether it's conspiracy theories. Let me tell you what my red pill rage was. I had two, actually, but the first one was when I discovered stuff like Alex Jones back in 2005. That for me was a red pill rage, very different from, I think, what we think about when we're talking about dating and statistics on divorce rates and, all of that. For me, it started off like shock, almost the exact same. I don't know who of you here watching this has been in some kind of like incident, like a hit by a car or, whatever, maybe not as drastic, but some kind of injury or illness or some kind of moment in your life where you went into actual shock. I felt a very similar feeling for about 2 weeks. And I remember it distinctly. My brain just could not process everything I was starting to learn. I found out on an accident. Actually, I went over to a place that no longer exists. It was called Wilson's Leather. I was in high school at the time. And I bought this jacket. I thought it was awesome. It had a bunch of like hieroglyphics on it. It was all scratched and torn. And on the back, it had a sewn on Eye of Horus on like a burlap sack. It was printed on, and then the burlap sack was in a triangle with the Eye of Horus on it. And of course, it had a badge on the top, much like you would think a motorcycle badge, but it was its own thing. Wilson's was really cool about like having band type leather jackets, and it said Illuminati on it. I had no idea what that was. I just thought the jacket was cool. It was all ripped and torn, and I've always, as you can tell, been eccentric. So I get the jacket and I go to a gas station one night with my buddies, and some lady stops me. Do you know what that means? No. And I'm just here to illegally get a 40 at the time, right? You know, my older friends are buying for me, right? But she tells me, you need to read this book and you need to look in this, and, you know, Freemasons that. And I'm like, what are you talking about? And me and my buddies are all standing there like, huh. So we go start looking on the internet and start watching documentaries and start following the Masons around town. And that led to a few interesting things. When you start messing with them, they start messing with you back. I'll just leave it at that. But once I started seeing, like, you know, a certain 11th day of September may have in fact been kind of an indoor deal. I'm getting really careful. We're going into election season. So once you start seeing that and it starts clicking, that couldn't have been what I thought it was. And you realize life is a lie. Yeah, I went into a bit of a shock. And then, of course, even years later, as far later as 2011, you know, I'm getting involved in protest groups. I'm like, yeah, bring down the man, you know, because I realize it's all a lie. And I think that was my rage. Like, I'm going to go out there and tell them, you know, that's not going to happen. As much as, you know, naivety would tell you, I'm going to make a difference standing with my sign on the street corner. Just, it doesn't happen that way. Peaceful protest has its purpose, but for the most part, I'll say it's a waste of time. I said it here. Hate me if you will, but for the most part, it's a waste of time. And that's red pill rage. That's conspiracy theory version of red pill rage. But then, you know, you go through a few relationships, they tear you up, and you get that version. And we all know that version where you do kind of feel like a misogynistic prick, right? Because you see the truth, the veil has been lifted, and all of a sudden, women bad, women evil, women vindictive, hypergamy, and so forth and so on. You see it for what it truly is. And then eventually you see it for what it truly is, and that's okay. Female nature is what it is for a reason. It's kept our species alive for thousands of years. And you start accepting it. And then you start embracing things like masculinity and your purpose and your goals and your drive. And that becomes all right. And then the rage hopefully subsides. Some people never get past that. And I encourage you, if you haven't, work on that first. Because if that rage never subsides, I hate to say it, but you're stunted. It leaves you trapped. It's beating yourself up. And they say forgiveness, for example. I'm not trying to give you some moral high ground BS, but forgiveness isn't for the other person. It's for yourself. Much like red pill rage. Getting past that is beneficial to you. I don't care about what the women are or aren't. We already know that, right? But nothing keeps you trapped and stagnant in a state of constant self-loathing and decay more than letting anger rule you. I'm telling you that because I know it very well. I have fought that demon throughout my life. I still fight it. anger still lives inside of me, and it's been a problem most of my life. And I have to check that thing quite often, to be quite honest. And I'm telling you right now, a life full of anger and resentment and rage and frustration, it's a miserable life. And you're always looking for the collapse to save you, or whatever it may be. You know, I've heard it said in this space. Well, you know, when everything goes to crap and shit hits the fan, then everything will be better. Is that really something to hope for? For one, shit hits the fan is going to be uglier than you would ever want to imagine. And two, if you're really waiting for a collapse to fix things, you'll never be happy. You can't be. And for the record, happiness is a pursuit. The founding fathers were wise in coining it that way. But expecting the world to end to find your happiness is a pretty bad place to start. Let's go ahead and bring on MGTOW Outlaw. I want to get his perspective as well. And I'll shut up and go backstage for a minute again.
Hey, what's up, gentlemen? All right. So I've heard guys in the community talking about this for well over a year now. No, you are not supposed to stay in red pill rage. You're supposed to instead, after you reach that stage, move on from it. Now, the problem is you can't really put a timestamp on people who go through the red pill rage. And that's obvious. It's a grieving process. You're in total shock, like Rhino said. So, you know, a man goes through these things and is supposed to, as a good MGTOW or red pillar, find purpose beyond this. You move on from the shock of the truth. And in my opinion, I think that a lot of people in this community have failed, myself included, to teach guys how to move on and to teach purpose beyond red pill rage. And I take my share of responsibility on that. And maybe I've done more than my fair share of red pill raging, but, you know, yes, you're supposed to move on and find purpose. You know, I look at the red pill as the beginning of the rest of your life. So it's like you guys have said, it's a very individualistic case by case study. You know, and we have had guys in this community that have tried to teach men finances. A lot of guys are teaching them how to do hobbies. I myself have tried to teach men how to cook. So I think it's going to come down to basically an individualistic case by case study on each person who discovers the red pill and how to move on from it effectively. Like I said, I'm still learning all this as I go too. So I'm definitely still a student when it comes to all this, but this is a topic that I look forward to discussing with you men tonight. And yeah.
All right. Excellent. And that is something I want to address as well. In no way, shape, or form, and I think I've kind of explained that. I don't want you to think that MGTOW suddenly bad, red pill evil. Not at all. It's just a tool. It really is. Just like this thing is a tool. This thing here is a tool. This show is a tool. Is it life? Is it everything that I am? No. It's something that I use to reach out and hopefully help some of you. But it is a tool. I put this down at the end of the night and I do other things like collect Toys R Us. You know, that's my point. Red pill should not be your life. And I say this from experience. I've fallen into that trap. You go through a bad breakup and somebody like Tom Likas is on the air and you listen to it and you go, oh. And then you find out by typing in red pill concepts about Rollo Tomasi or Aaron Clary or Terrence Popp or you name them. Hammerhand, Undead Chronic. It goes on. I could plug all day, but I digress. You do get hyper-focused, and it will consume you. And if you let it because you go, oh my God, what he said, I feel that, part of that rage, you can get sucked in and get tunnel vision. Lord knows I did for 3 years. I think about 3 years, maybe longer. I was hyper focused. And you guys know I was doing like driving work, contractor work. So I had YouTube right on the dashboard, just suction cup to the windshield, right? It would just play a playlist all day. And it was everybody. Rich Cooper, whether you like him or hate him, in some of the channels I'm going to mention, Coach Red Pill, Fresh and Fit, Donovan Shithead Sharp, Kevin Samuels, Terrence Pop, Tom Likas, all these guys. And I would watch. And even people I was dating or was interested in, I'd be like, you watch this. Yeah, I would. I'm like, I'm going to weed them out. Let's scare them away. They can't handle the red pill. They ain't for me. And believe it or not, who I'm dating now actually watch all of it. Probably tortured her with it. And she understands where I'm coming from. For the most part, right? May not agree, but at least understands, right? But that's the thing. Like, but I became so hyper focused. That was life. Like, I woke up to Red Pill. I worked and watched or listened to Red Pill all day. I came home. I watched more Red Pill content, and then I went to bed, fell asleep to Red Pill content with earbuds or whatever. It never stopped. And I did this for years. So yeah, I have the knowledge. I have the understanding. I internalized it. And I do think, and I think, regardless of my current opinions of him, I think Rollo Tomasi. I do. His books really do make a difference. So if you're interested and you want to learn more about that, you just check out Rollo Tomasi. He sells his books online on Amazon. He sells them everywhere. But when he was talking about internalizing, and he broke it down in a way that I really was able to understand. Like, it was stupid proof. And that was the point. Like, I can't just remain in Red Pill rage. What good does it do to sit here and just hyper focus? And I see how fucked up it is. Don't get me wrong. Screwing up the language thing tonight. But, I see what you guys are angry about. I'm understanding. I get it. Trust me. Any of you that know me on the Facebook side of things, I still rant and rave about single moms and 304s and OnlyFans constantly. But I can't be angry about it. I understand it, and that's the thing. You got to move on at some point. So it is what it is. Also, I'm just reading the chats here. We're going to stay focused here. I encourage you watching over on Rumble to keep the discussion cordial and to keep it here. We're not going to take it other places. It's going to stay here. So, let's stick to that. I'll leave it there. But we'll bring in the next guest. He actually is a generation below me. Outlaws in my age group. Crusader's a little bit older, but we have a younger gentleman here as well. He has a different perspective. He sees it through a different lens. Whether it's Red Pill or not, he sees the world in a world we didn't live in, and most of us don't know. I'd like to bring on Jackal, the Emperor, to the show and have him discuss his thoughts on this tonight.
And I just want to make sure that we get this out of the way. Guys, we're not trying to point at you and say that you're a problem and that we're trying to get rid of you because you think a way or you may not. But what you need to understand is with every great big community that reaches a point of stagnation, it begins to fester. I came up with a random saying that just popped in my head while I was in the backstage. Nothing other than algae and mosquitoes ever comes out of a stagnant water puddle. So the point of this is to make sure you understand. This is a good place for you to go. It's showing that you are self-aware, you're aware of your surroundings now, and you have recognized that the playing field has changed. Something in your environment has changed for the worse. It's good that you have recognized it and you've started to take action. However, what we're trying to address here is taking one step and then stopping. What needs to happen now is to take what is learned from the first step taken and use that as a springboard to propel yourself forward. Do not stay in one place. Staying in one place, physically or mentally, depending on the circumstances, is detrimental to you. Think of it as like an anonymous group that shows up to handle a common problem. Like Ga and Na, if you will. You come here, we discuss a common issue. We discuss methods of getting around said issue. And at the end of that session, we shake hands, we say our goodbyes, and we go home. But what we need to address here are the people that don't leave the session. They step in, they take a seat, they listen to the lesson, but they never leave. And what happens is they stay there, they stagnate, and what is created is the eventual modification of what is essentially an echo chamber. That's what it becomes. That's what it evolves to. Everybody gets complacent just because you have found a group of guys and 3 or so gals that show up that share common ground with you. But when you sit there and you don't mention that you need to eventually leave the session, go home, and apply what you have learned in your life outside of the therapy sessions, then you're really not going to get anywhere. You're really not. And that's a problem. It's not just a problem for you, but it can also become a problem for those around you. Because what that will, I don't want to say perpetuate because it's not perpetuating, but what you're going to start airing, what's going to become part of your aura, if you will, and I know it's a bad term, but it's going to become a festering wound to you, really, because you're not improving it. Kind of like that saying, sometimes you just have to rip off the Band-Aid. Well, think of it as like the session of, okay, the world has gone to the toilet, and we all here acknowledge that. So let's talk about it. That's the application of the Band-Aid. But eventually you have to rip it off, get that wound some oxygen so it can heal. You're taking phase 1, but you're not progressing to phase 2. And we already have individuals out there that are trying to bring in this narrative that Red Pill and MGTOW are the same thing. But this comes from people that don't understand because they haven't even progressed to stage 1 or phase 1 of situational or environmental awareness. They haven't gone to the extent that you have. You've at least acknowledged that your situation has changed and you have to adapt to your new environment and you have to think differently. You have to approach life differently in order to keep moving forward. Some people haven't taken that step, and just like crabs in a bucket, they will see somebody that has made more progress than they have, and they will intentionally try to drag you down with slander.
Mm-hmm.
But the last thing you want to do is let them catch up to you. If you come here and listen to the lessons, but never leave the space and actually take the time to apply what you've learned in your life. For instance, just a quick reference. Pop's Live from the Lair on Harsh Talking To for Gen Z, I believe was the title of that video. He encourages you to take what he teaches you in here and apply it. That means you need to close the tab, turn off the computer, and go and apply. Because if you don't apply and you just sit there and just listen to Pop talking all day, but you never truly leave the space and go and apply it in your life, is it really going to be a plus for you? It's hard to call it a plus when you've got it in your repertoire of knowledge, but you never apply it. That's like playing cards and you've got the winning hand, but you never call. It's not good. And these people that want to take us down and slander us, the only way they win is because we stagnate. If we stagnate, that means we're not making progress. We're not moving forward. They're behind us and they're trying to catch up to drag us back. Back to the plantation, if you want to say it. So to prevent them from doing that, put some more distance between you and them. Take what you've learned from here, apply it in life, and make progress. They are not going to make progress because they haven't even taken step 1 like you have. You've got the edge. You've got the element of surprise here. Do not let that advantage go to waste because of hesitation, or in this case, stagnation. Too many battles have been lost because of that. Don't be another one. You have taken step 1 and you're in the right direction. You've acknowledged the change in the environment. Now, adapt and overcome. That saying is not just for the military. It can be applied to real life, civilian life. Don't just let it be a saying. Let it be a motto for you. Use it, because in the end, some progress is better than no progress. But just don't let it sit there and spoil. Exploit it. Take advantage of it. Pop has got plenty of knowledge here. And it doesn't have to be Pop. I'm not saying it has to be just Pop. Pop is a good perspective for just straight to the point, no BS, completely unfiltered reality check. It's a good source of information. You can get it elsewhere too. It doesn't matter. But the point is, wherever you get it from, take the knowledge that you have learned and apply it. Otherwise, that will be just another opportunity missed, passed you by. And as life has shown us, not that I have much to say, I'm the youngest one on the panel here, but life does not like to give you opportunities.
So when it does leave an opening for one, take it and run with it, because it doesn't hand those out often. That's it.
All right. Well said. Here's the thing. I want to bring up, we have a few more panel members to get to as well. I just want you guys to really take something home here this evening. And that's, again, it had a purpose in your life. It was there when you needed it. But at some point, there is more, right? We've talked about that, I think, hopefully not ad nauseum yet on tonight's show. But the stuff that I've learned because of my own red pill journey it helps me immensely. I understand female nature. Somebody in the chat said something about that as well. Because you understand it now, it's easier to deal with. Are you going to have shortcomings? Yeah. Are you going to stumble? Yeah. Are you going to fail? Oh, yeah. Everybody does. Even people that have been doing something that are skilled in a particular craft for decades are still going to fail. They're still going to mess up. The point is you have, as Jackal said, the upper hand. You now have the skill set, the tools, the awareness, the knowledge to succeed if you choose to. Or, alternatively, you can still wallow in a stagnant pond of life isn't fair and I'm angry because of what I know now. And that is useless to you. But you can do it. It is a choice. Is it a wise choice? Is it the choice I would offer to you? No. I would offer you beyond the red pill, now that you have the understanding, whether or not life goes the way you expected it to, you can still have a better life going forward. And that is the ultimate goal of what I hope to do for you guys here, at least offer you some options on how to have a better life, more enjoyable, more fulfilling, and more well-rounded outside of just what we talk about in this space. You guys might outgrow this channel, for example. A lot of you have been here pretty much since day one, since I started making content, but there may come a time where some of you may never show up to this channel again, and that's okay. If I've offered all I can to you, and that happens, I'm glad that at least I was a part of your life, that at least I had some kind of impact, hopefully positive, in your life. But I'm aware of that. You may outgrow this content, and I'm okay and encourage that if it comes to that. Although, what I want to tell you tonight is keep your tool set, right? Red pill doesn't have to go away. MGTOW doesn't have to go away. Although I would caution you, if somebody is telling you to be this, you must do this. That might not be a place for you, because that is borderline cultish. You see what I'm saying there? Whether it's red pill, whether it's MGTOW, whatever it is, nobody should tell you and dictate to you how to live your life. That's up to you to decide. And as Crusader and I have discussed earlier, there is no right answer. Only your answer. And it's not your truth. It's not any gay fucking safe space crap. Ultimately, it is your choice. You are going to determine what works for you. No content creator, no manifesto, no nothing is going to determine what is right for you. And if what's right for you flies in the face of everything here at some point in your life, then so be it, if it works for you. That's what I want to challenge you with. It's great to have the knowledge. It's great to have the skill set and the community and the channels and the discussions. It's even better to take all that and make something out of yourself because of it. And I think that is sorely lacking in this community. For one, we have a lot of grifters and PUAs in this community, and that obviously they're here just to suck you dry like a succubus. They're no different than the women on OnlyFans, to be honest. So that's problem number one. Problem number two, in my opinion, is a lot of channels, including mine. I'm guilty of it. We talk about the bad news. We talk about the problem. We got to work on the solution. Lots of problems in the world. And bad news sells. That's why you don't hear about happy puppies being born on Tuesday afternoon in Chicago. Although Chicago's probably not the happiest place, but you get what I mean. The news tells you bad news, and that's why you tune in. Same here. I'm not going to get a lot of views by telling you how to better your life. And yes, puppies are wonderful. You come here for the doom and gloom. Some of you, not all of you. But I want to challenge you. If we're going to go forward, we got to do better than that. I can't be preaching to you about government corruption and all women bad. Well, most of it's true. We got to work on something else. We got to build a foundation so that most of you guys make it out of here in one piece and don't just crumble in this stagnant pond that a lot of this content does create. I mean, you can tune in, not to dog on anybody, but you can tune into Fresh and Fit if you want drama all day long. If you want Jerry Springer feminist OnlyFans content, that's the place to be. I guess ultimately, I'm just hoping we can do something more for you. That's it. That's what I want. Something more than that. All right. We're going to bring in our next guest. And I know I'm doing the show a little bit different tonight, but that is part of what we're doing. I'm trying to change things up. We're going to bring in a newer member to the show. Oh, he's been watching for a while, but he's newer on the show. We're going to bring in Cliff 3188 to the channel and have his perspective tonight.
Well, I'm going to keep mine a little bit shorter because I like to try to get to the point. For me, the red pill, and just in general, is basically the objective observation of the world around you based upon your own perspective. All right. You have to be able to look at things and just see it for what it is, but also realize you also be aware that that is how you are seeing it. Might not be the same way everybody else is seeing it. Name an example. The cartoon of two men looking at a number on the ground. One man says it's 6. The other man says it's 9. Objectively speaking, they are both correct. What comes from that is you got to be able to discuss how you are seeing it as it is. You have to be able to attain that knowledge from other people. And otherwise, you just be ignorant of it. It could also be that you might not be seeing it exactly the same way. It could be a number that's on the ground, and one person sees it as red, the other person sees it as black. It could be that one guy that sees it as black is colorblind. You have to be able to learn this kind of stuff. You also have to have that introspection of yourself. You have to observe yourself as to what's happening. You have to know yourself. A lot of people, the things that go on through their lives, a vast majority of it, don't really want to put a number on it, but a vast majority of it is on themselves. It could be your failures, your accomplishments, what you've learned, what you've lost, but a vast majority of it is on yourself. 2 other small parts are one thing is what you don't control. That's another big part, but you have to go with that. That is just kind of the world as it is. And the last other part is Father Time. Time keeps moving forward. If you fight it, you're going to lose every single opportunity you fight. Try to work with it. You have to be able to march forward with it. Otherwise, you're going to be looking like you went 12 rounds with Mike Tyson. All right. So realize not everything's going to go perfectly in your life. But if you can at least see everything for what it is, realize what you can do with that, with what your own knowledge set is, and try not to overburden yourself, you'll come out just fine. But don't deny that of what's happening and try to develop a delusion about it. Otherwise, you're just going to be doing yourself a disservice. And nobody wants to do that to themselves, because that's very self-destructive. So that's pretty much what my take on it is.
All right. Fair enough. Good points, by the way. I want to read some of the chats really quick. By the way, if you'd like to support the show, head over to redpillrhino.com. There is actually a special. Billy Von Bomb is phenomenal. He's actually hooked us up. Let me see if I can bring it on screen for you guys. Where is it? There we go. Here we are. Let's take a look. So this is redpillrhino.com. And then here we are. We got merch here. All of it right now is 15% off, believe it or not, for the next 2 weeks. So if you'd like a Cougar Academy shirt or one of our Red Pill Rhino stickers or shirts, we've got it here for you. That is pretty cool. We got different logos and everything. We have the regular logo. We got to get the sunglasses logo for sure. I'll send that over to him. But yeah, you got an apron if you like barbecuing. Got a little tote bag if you live in Colorado and plastic bags are banned. Got hats, got shirts, both women's and men's. So that's pretty cool. Also, of course, you can donate to the show by going over here. Yeah, I'm getting good at that. Right here. Tickle my taint right here. That is the Cash App link. You just take your phone out, point it at that thing, and then it will open up Cash App. It's magic. I don't know how it works. Science. Or you can go over to redpillrhino.com and the PayPal and Cash App links are there. Or you could super chat. We do have the ability to super chat on Rumble, MGTOW.tv, and of course YouTube. Although I would prefer if you switched out of YouTube and just watch us on Rumble or MGTOW.tv. On that note, we have some donations over on MGTOW.tv to get to, so we'll go into that. Single for Life, always donating, always wants to see squirrel videos, but I think it's going to be nice to us tonight, at least to Outlaw. He says for $1 here, I know the world will not change just because I want it to. That's why I do not participate in society. If I go to the moon alone, I would be very happy watching it all burn. He adds for another $1, I'll leave Outlaw alone tonight. So you lucked out, sir. For another $1, is this an intervention? Sounds like one. Or did the man get to you guys? Cough twice if you're held against your will. No coughing, nor is it an intervention. We're just offering you guys some alternative ideas to help you, okay? Also, for another $1, Single for Life. He's busy sending us shekels at a time. I had the red pill rage 30 years ago. I'm very chill now. Just like the community and conversation, play singing pop. Well, I don't have singing pop, but I can give you Blake and pop. I'll give you Consequences by Pop and Dancing Blake. How about that? All right, so here we go.
Remember, the sandpaper dildo of consequences never arrives lubed.
We'll work on getting Dancing Pop. I suppose I need that in my my arsenal now. And here is Dancing Blake. All right. We do have a new break video for you. We'll probably do the longer break as well. But this,
on that note, we have
I'm hearing an echo.
over on
Somebody has
MGTOW.tv
some.
to get to, so we'll go.
Hang on. I had the show playing in the show very weird feeling hearing myself. I try not to do it any more than once, you know. But anyway, we'll play the new break brought to you by Gendai 351. And I guess shout out to Billy Von Bomb too. He was involved in this. I know nothing about this, which I always regret immediately. But here we go.
Greetings, I am Red Pill Rhino. Tonight I wish to discuss my inexhaustible love for the giant chunky squirrel booty. Watch as this majestic creature is tamed by this woman's loving hand. Look at this little fat ass being hand-fed by the unsuspecting morons. Next up, these are the 4 squirrels you can befriend. The eastern gray squirrel, Sciurus carolinensis, also known, particularly outside of North America, as simply the gray squirrel, is a tree squirrel in the genus Sciurus. The American red squirrel, Tamiascurus hudsonicus, is one of 3 species of tree squirrels currently classified in the genus Tamiascurus. Black squirrels are a melanistic subgroup of squirrels with black coloration on their fur. The phenomenon occurs with several species of squirrels. Chipmunks may be classified either as a single genus, Tamias, or as 3 genera. Tamias, of which the eastern chipmunk is the only living member. Eutamias, of which the Siberian chipmunk is the only living member. Here, I befriend a local squirrel. Watch as he eats my food that I laced with a little blue pill. I would like to take this opportunity to thank MGTOW Outlaw for introducing me to these wonderful rodents and ever doubting the existence of the thunder lizard. I will leave you with the ultimate fat boy squirrel, for he cannot be questioned, as the questions will reveal uncomfortable facts.
Damn. Damn, boy. Damn, boy, he's thick. Boy, that's a thick ass boy. Damn.
Wow. All right. That was
I'm dead.
the fucking squirrel with the blue pill. That was terrible. Anyway, we have a few more panel members to bring on after the break. I want you guys to refill your drinks, empty your bladders, rethink your lives after that video. We'll be right back.
I learned a lot. And I learned that, Anyway, Bo is associated here. Anyway, the point I want to make is, I learned so much. I learned black, white, all colors, all backgrounds, but I mean, come on, man. Men, women, gay, straight, everyone deserves a shot, you know. Come on, man. You know the thing. You know what I mean? You know the thing. You know what I mean? Come on, man. What I have to do is I have to continue talking about the things. Come on, man. I came down here because I remember the first bumper sticker I saw. I learned that I got hairy legs that turned blonde in the sun. And the kids used to come up and reach in the pool and rub my leg down so it was straight and then watch the hair come back up again. And I learned about kids jumping on my lap. Not about kids jumping on my lap. Oh, I'm in trouble. What are we, nuts? Dead. You know, come on, man. Give me a little break here. Get a life. Taking cocaine or not? What do you think? Huh? Come on, man. Black, white, all colors, all backgrounds. But I mean, come on, man. Men, women, gay, straight, everyone deserves a shot. You know, come on, man. You know the thing. You know what I mean? You know the thing. You know what I mean? Come on, man. You have a problem figuring out what you're from here from, and you ain't black. Come on, man. The corn pop was a bad dude, and he ran a bunch of bad boys. I can hardly wait to meet with that guy who is the stable genius. Come on, man. I am very willing to let the public judge my physical and mental my physical as well as my mental fitness. Come on, man. Poor kids are just as bright and just as talented as white kids. Wealthy kids. Come on, man. I mean, come on. Take a look at the record. I know a lot of weed smokers. Come on, man. Black, white, all colors, all backgrounds. But I mean, come on, man. Men, women, gay, straight, everyone deserves a shot. You know, come on, man. You know the thing. You know what I mean? You know the thing. You know what I mean? Come on, man. Why the hell would I take a test? I am, come on, man.
I will your leftist ass like corn on the cob. I'm ready. I will eat your ass. I will your leftist ass like corn on the cob. I'm ready. I will eat leftist ass like corn on the cob. I'm ready. I will eat your ass. I will eat your leftist ass like corn on the cob. I'm ready. I will eat you. I will eat your ass. I'll barbecue your ass flat. I will cook your ass up so fast, and I'll tell them, oh, I killed a cow out back, baby. You think Christ would eat somebody? He would never do that. I will. I'm ready to hang them up, gut them and skin them and chop them up. You know what? I'm ready. I will eat your leftist ass like corn on the cob. I'm ready. I will eat your ass. I will eat your leftist ass like corn on the cob. I'm ready. I will eat you. I will eat your ass. I will eat your leftist ass like corn on the cob. I'm ready. I will eat your ass. I will eat your leftist ass like corn on the cob. I'm ready. I will eat you. I will eat your ass. And that's why I want the globalists to know. I will eat your ass first. I swear to God, if it's the last thing I do, I'm going to get my hands around your throat.
Yeah, it wouldn't be this show if it wasn't a little bit weird at times. But we need new material. If you'd like to bring in like a 4-minute like clip for our pee breaks, if you'd like to do that, you're more than welcome to. Head over to Red Pill Rhino. I know this is like sophisticated, fancy, like we're super high tech in the future here. Red Pill Rhino at hotmail.com. If you'd like to donate content for the pee breaks going forward, because we've been playing Alex and Biden for probably 6 months now, and I think it's time to change it. So you can be a part of the show. Just send us your commercial break ideas, again, to redpillrhino at hotmail.com. We're so lavish here, we can afford a Lamborghini. Don't mind the size. I'm working for the big one eventually. If Outlaw doesn't try to steal it from us. But that's a different topic for another day. That is actually kind of squirrel sized, though. I suppose he could ride on the top of it.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Put his little feet on there and just kind of use it like a skateboard.
Oh,
there you go. Anyway, let's get back to the serious part of the show. Yes, we have 2 more guests to bring on. We're going to do the same thing. Oh, by the way, if you wanted to check this out, like you're interested in one of these, which these are pretty cool, that is in the merch section. So when you go to redpillrhino.com, you'll see like a merch section. Just scroll down. You'll see all that there. So, but I digress. Those shirts are cool. I like that new logo that he came up with the gray rhino and the red horn. That one's pretty cool. Oh, there's more. There's more I didn't even see. So yeah, check out Billy Von Bomb, ladies and gentlemen. There's stuff I didn't even see that's still scrolling across the screen. There's like an American flag one. There's the Cougar Academy. There's all sorts of options there. So there you go. Hoodies. I didn't even see all that. Anyway, we'll get back to it. Let's get Tommy D. Or Ron Jeremy, as I like to call him. But let's get his opinion and his perspective. I know it's kind of weird to go from squirrels and I will eat your leftist ass back to serious, but let's get Tommy's perspective on our discussion tonight. I will go ahead and full screen him now. Tommy, are you with us still? Going once. You're muted, sir.
I was muted. Don't mute me.
I'm judging
anyway. You can judge me all you want. I'm going to redirect a little bit. I came in long after Red Pill, any of this shit was, excuse my language, mainstream. I grew up in a traditional family. Mom and dad are still married. They're in their 70s. So I was expecting a traditional family. Got married to a girl out of high school. Big mistake. That one lasted 3 years. Lost my ass, lost a house. Luckily, no children were involved. moved on from there, worked through my crap, worked into the .com bull crap. Yeah, you see, I did that there. 2001, market dropped. They dropped the towers, and I had a daughter I didn't plan for with a woman I wasn't married to. So, what do? No job. You join the Navy. That's what I did. After that, got hooked up with a fat redhead. Don't ever date redheads. Sorry, Sean. Yeah. Stay the hell away from them. They're fucking nuts. Doesn't matter. Oh, there we go.
Knucking futs, sir.
Yeah, knucking butts. Sorry. All right. So with my rambling, I'm older than most of the people in here. I'm not stupid. I follow all the trends. I follow the news. I'm not a conspiracy theorist. Jackal made some really good points for the younger crowd, but I think everybody needs to start paying attention to what happened before them. They need to look at what skills are needed to make everybody continue to have a home, a heat source, a food source, and quit buying into the BS that our government will take care of us, because they're not going to. They're not going to do that. They don't care. They've got their own thing figured out. A lot of us may not have served with the military or in a civil service situation, but when you get into those situations, you start to see there's a true sickness in this world. Nobody cares about anybody else. And I think that's a lot of what the red pill and MGTOW thing actually is, because we do care about each other. We want to make sure everybody survives. Honestly, do you want to bury someone? Pop talks about it all the time. If you bury a loved one, somebody that you might not have talked to for years, but they offed themselves, that is the most gut-wrenching thing you have ever done. I went through it in high school. 1991. I buried a girl that I knew who blew her head off with a shotgun over a boy. I used to call her Marbles because she had little hard nipples. That was probably pretty cold that I called her that, but her and I were good friends. And I moved to a new school district, and she came in 3 years later and wouldn't have anything to do with me, but she'd already gotten up with this guy that she killed herself over. Guys, girls, it isn't worth it. Love is love. It's not your end point. My parents have been married for 50 years, 52 years now, excuse me. You know what? They hate each other sometimes. Everybody hates each other sometimes. It's all about working together. And I think that plays into the fact that the MGTOW red pill community needs to, like Rhino has said, grow from. We need to actually have an end point for our total debauchery sometimes. But we need to give others an end point to grow, to move on from these issues. Yes, you see my shit hell, but this is mine. You can have yours. Everybody can get on from this. I don't know what more to say. I could go into bitching about all my life, but my life doesn't matter to any of you. Your life matters to you first.
All
Let's
right.
help each other.
Solid. All right. We do have another donation from Single for Life. We'll cover that. And actually, he's got a couple. He just keeps going. He did ask if anybody in the panel is over 58 years.
Nope.
I don't know necessarily that anybody is, but we have this. He donated another $1 just to make sure we had this. So now it's part of the show. It's part of the show now. That's if you don't know, Pop is the dancing guy. Blake is on the cowbell or whatever's going on over there, and Hillary is in the audience watching. So there you go. It wouldn't be our show unless it got a little weird. But on that note, we do have one final panel member before we get in any articles or anything else. Let's get Sean St. George. His perspective on this topic. And Sean, the floor is yours.
Are you sure you want my perspective?
Yes, sir.
The things inside my head. Well, it won't make Nate scared, but it might make some of the rest of you scared. Anyways, so taking notes about it, probably going to rehash a few things that have already been said. But for me, red pill is just nothing more than illumination to the way the world really works, not the way that we were kind of programmed from birth till our awakening. And I guess little terrorists and the dog are beating down my door. Continuing on, just it's illumination on how these things happened, and
we'll do a slight
break.
We'll do a slight intermission so you can
thank you.
Get your situation sorted there. All right. While he does that, let's go ahead and actually bring something else up. I've got the guys backstage. Well, not backstage, but we're doing the show a little bit different tonight. Let me know what you think, by the way. Those of you watching, if the more one-on-one, if you guys are liking that more than the Zoom call format. I personally think this was a nice change of pace. Everybody got to say what they wanted to say. Nobody was left out, and nobody was talking over anybody else. So that worked out pretty well. We do have a couple articles. We have a video. While he's doing that, why don't I actually challenge some perspectives here. This is actually a video that I saw not too long ago. It's a longer video. We're probably not going to watch it all, just touch on pieces of it for the sake of our show, not running too long. But I want you to see this. I want you to always challenge not only yourselves, but what you watch, read, see, believe. I like to call it trust but verify. I do this even with guys that they've been doing what they do for 30 years and they know all the answers. That's fine. I'm going to trust you, but I'm going to verify what you said is accurate. Just because, parts are moving, sometimes lives are on the line, and I need to know the information you're giving me is still accurate to this situation right now. That goes for anything, whether it's your doctor, whether it's us, whether it's, your coworkers, your boss. Trust, but verify. Relationship, same thing. I want you to do your own homework, draw your own conclusions, and more importantly, probably most importantly, challenge your own beliefs. So you've come to this space, and red pill, and all that's great. Have you watched any opposing views? Have you seen, I'm not talking about crazy feminist nonsense, but have you seen...
No.
Hang on.
No.
Have you seen any opposing views, any counterpoints, anything that challenges your beliefs? I'm going to tell you it's healthy. I'm not telling you have to believe it or change your views, but challenge your views as often as possible as well. Because sometimes you might find that either something you believed may not be quite right, or maybe your perspective was off. Maybe you're right on, and challenging your views verified that. But it's always good to do so. Don't just hyper focus. This is what we call an echo chamber, right? Where you get to the point where you only hear what other people of like mind have to tell you. And while that's great, I don't recommend joining Camp Crazy, dyeing your hair pink, and parading around the streets without clothes because, my pronouns. But challenge your views and see if maybe there's room for growth. That's all I'm saying. So let's bring in actually this video here. And this is something I looked at, and I think it may be helpful for you. This comes from Then and Now on YouTube. They have 416,000 subscribers, so they're obviously saying something of value, right? So let's see what they have to say here. All right, we're going to full screen this. And here we go.
Something changed inside of me. I woke up. I no longer saw the world as I used to. I quit my job, I sold my stuff, I've downsized my entire life. I've been living off my savings for a few years now. I no longer see a point in participating in the real, fake world. I know that everything I see is a lie, everything I've ever known is a lie. My whole world has been nothing but one giant lie from the start, and I can see that clearly now. So why bother? Anonymous message on voat.com forum.
The Matrix has attacked me.
On the one hand, the ideas around being red-pilled are farcical.
The Red Pill is a very interesting documentary wherein a feminist went out to make fun of these stupid men's rights losers. They're racists, basically.
Either meant as a derisive, throwaway pop culture meme, or, because of that very fact, a symbol of the decline of public discourse.
The QAnon movement has picked up tens of thousands of followers and some celebrity endorsements.
But I think any language adopted so widely can tell us something, maybe even a lot, about that very public discourse. Understood properly, it might reveal insights about why it's so appealing in the first place, and how sensible-minded people might respond. What does it mean to take the red pill? Roughly, by discovering the correct knowledge about the world, you can see the truth for what it is, become clear-eyed, authentic. It means having a revelation, realizing the difficult truth that we've been indoctrinated and duped by Jewish cabals, sinister globalists, cultural Marxists, or radical feminists. The sidebar of the red-pilled subreddit tells us that it's a difficult pill to swallow, understanding that everything you were led to believe is a lie, but once you learn it, internalize it and start living your new life, it gets better. In short, it means something's deeply wrong with society. Caleb Madison writes in The Atlantic that the Matrix became shorthand for the uncanny feeling that our media-saturated, hyper-commercialized, machine-mediated culture had alienated us from some primal human reality. But lots of people believe that there's something wrong with society, and lots of people blame lots of different groups. So why has the idea of the red pill resonated so much with a certain type of person?
I need constant chaos.
Why do people like Andrew Tate and Logan Paul think it's a reliable reference to call upon when they get in some kind of trouble? Being red-pilled goes several ways. It can go to the subreddit RTRP, the red pill, which argues that evolutionary psychology can give discontented young men the answers they need to respond to feminism. But it might also lead to believing that a global paedophile ring is being operated from a pizza restaurant in Washington. And it can also lead to one of the original Gamergators, Seattle for Truth, murdering his own father. But whichever direction the rabbit hole goes down, it always seems to go to the right. So before seeing just how far that rabbit hole goes, I want to look at the relationship between being red-pilled and the wider worldviews, ideologies, or conspiracies that the red pill offers release from.
I do actually kind of want to dive deeper into this video. I think this one in particular, I think if we just watch this, discuss it a little bit, and call it a night, this might be the most interesting of all that I've ever seen. It's not saying that this community is irrelevant or radical or crazy. Quite the contrary. It points out its relevance and its reality. The fact that it's becoming so popular worldwide is no coincidence. The fact that so many people have joined this community in the last 5 to 10 years is not by chance. There is a real global shift, and a lot of men are really waking up. And it's not just the men. A lot of people are really waking up. The corruption. I mean, look at the obvious. You see things like these open borders and the Supreme Court of this country forcing unconstitutional ideas upon states to where states are rising up and saying enough is enough, this is wrong. You're seeing the red pill around you. It's not just dating and relationships. It's everything going on around you right now, right? And it's becoming blatantly obvious. You can't ignore it anymore. 10 years ago, maybe. 15 years ago, yeah, some of our panel members would have called us crazy. I shit you not. I know, because we've talked backstage. But now, it's so blatantly obvious, and they can't conceal it anymore, to the point where they're just saying, yeah, we're doing this. We're screwing you over. Globalism is our goal. We don't care how many nations we bring down for our agenda. We want you to be happy with nothing. You will own nothing. You will enjoy it. You will eat the bugs, right? But there's also something interesting. Have you noticed in the last 3 to 5 years, in their little plan to overthrow everything, they've also increased censorship? How dare you say something they don't agree with on Facebook? You'll be banned for 30 days. How dare you say something they don't like on YouTube? You'll lose your channel or be demonetized. How dare you mention the uncomfortable truth? There's a reason for our group. There's a reason for our ideologies. There's a reason it's growing. There's a reason it's mainstream. Even a few years ago, Rollo Tomasi said it'll probably never go mainstream. And yet, here we are. It is mainstream. You have things, whether they're chameleons or not, and spoiler alert, they are. You have trad wives and all of this, women returning to conservatism. It may be a fad, and it may be a wolf in sheep's clothing, because, of course, they see the writing on the wall as well. But it is what it is. It is reality. And there's a reason, whether it be relationships, whether it be politics, that more people are coming to and searching for the red pill, the truth. What is the truth? I want to know more, because they are seeing the lies in front of them. So let's go ahead and watch some more of this. I know our panel has been patient with me tonight. This is a different show. But I think this, of any content I could bring you, should be the most eye-opening. Again, I don't want you to reject MGTOW philosophy. I don't want you to reject red pill. I want you to turn it into a hammer and use it. Strengthen that hammer and use it accordingly. You don't have to carry it around beating on everything you see 24/7, but it is a weapon. And I don't mean that in a physical manner. I mean it in a manner that it can be hardened just like iron the more you use it. But do not overuse it or use it as a destructive tool. Use it to strengthen yourself. All right, let's check out some more of this.
Because many believe in an inauthentic, manipulated, or just faulty social structure. Many think our institutions need reforming, or our cultural values determine what we think ideologically, or that schooling, or advertising, or capitalism in general indoctrinates us, molds how we think in some way. So, what sets the red pill apart? I want to look at how we might think about the social structures and belief systems that influence all of us. Ask if there's any possibility of transcending them, overcoming them, taking that red pill and living authentically. How can we know what the truth is? First, what is the matrix that the red pill seeks to free us from? In his book, Red Pill, Blue Pill, David Newert describes a conspiracy theory as, quote, a hypothetical explanation of historical or ongoing news events comprised of secret plots, usually of a nefarious nature, whose existence may or may not be factual. There are those who have seen through the conspiracy. Then there are the rest, us drones, sheep, dupes, and fools. The problem, as Newert points out, is that some conspiracies turn out to be very real. People do conspire, secretive plots do exist, the powerful do organise. How then do we distinguish between a conspiracy and a theory? Newert says that real conspiracies have three limitations. They're often small in scope, they aim to achieve one or two ends. They're often short in time frame, and they often involve a limited number of participants. Watergate, for example, had a single goal over a short period, and very few people knew about it. Contrary to this, conspiracy theories often hypothesize a grand plot involving thousands of people to manipulate large numbers of people over a long period of history. Modern conspiracies, Russell Muirhead and Nancy Rosenblum also argue, seem to be thrown together from a spurious range of facts. They write, there is no punctilious demand for proofs, no exhaustive amassing of evidence, no dots revealed to form a pattern, no close examination of the operators plotting in the shadows. The new conspiracism dispenses with the burden of explanation. Instead, we have innuendo and verbal gesture. A lot of people are saying that. So what's the logic of the red pill? Is the matrix it's meant to escape from a conspiracy? Let's take a look at the manosphere. The manosphere is a loose...
All right, so we did have somebody that wanted to add to this, panel member Sean. I'm going to have you jump in now and give your opinion so far.
All right. Oh, wonder what's up with the camera.
Slightly out of focus, but
Anyways,
that's okay.
yeah. No, it's like he's just barely touching the surface of what Red Pill is supposed to be,
Mm-hmm.
but goes straight back into what the stereotype is, the negative stereotype about it. It's like a lot of people who are outside of Red Pill, they talk about it. Um, they always get so close, but then they circle back to it's about conspiracy theories, manosphere, misogyny, etc., etc. And that's what I'm seeing with this one.
Okay.
I mean,
Fair
he's not
point.
wrong about a lot of it, but at the
Mhm.
same time, like I said, he's not showing like the negative parts that we see, and you know, a great way of having the topic of the show being a re-examining um, is they just don't know exactly what they're talking about, and I don't know how much research they're doing, if they're doing barely any at all, or if they're just rehashing talking points instead of actually looking into the issues that Red Pill goes into, because it's far more than just manosphere, conspiracy theories, and
Yeah.
everything else.
I would we're gonna actually take a deeper dive into this video because I want you to see where they're going with this. I get what you're saying, but I think there's something to be said about what he tries to address. I don't think he's trying to, and I know you're not saying that he is, but I don't think he's trying to take a shit on Red Pill itself. And I think you'll see that as we go further. It's definitely not anti Red Pill. I would say that for sure. But let's dive a little bit deeper, shall we? Panel members will jump in occasionally, of course, for discussion and discourse. In the meantime, we're going to continue and press play here.
Collection of online spaces usually responding in some way to feminism, with views that range from mild to misogynistic. It contains groups like men's rights activists, men going their own way, and pickup artist communities. It's also the source of the red pill metaphor, and where you most frequently find it. Much of it is based on what some have called hegemonic masculinity, that men are, or should be, naturally dominant in society. Feminism, they say, has challenged this. On this view, there's a constellation of institutions, cultural beliefs, societal norms that includes public figures, films and literature that creates a belief system that imposes itself on men's subjectivities, convincing them that the patriarchy has been oppressing women. Men internalize this false belief. The red pill truth is that male dominance is actually natural, either in certain contexts or outright. This is the true self that you can access. At its most extreme, this is the result of a feminist conspiracy, or, according to the red-pilled subreddit, of a new female reproductive strategy.
What I want to do here is interject. So as Sean was saying, they kind of missed the mark on some things as they're trying to point out the radical versus the real. And we all know this here watching. Bear with it here. He makes very solid points. He misses the mark. Like, okay, look at this. Here's an onion, right? There's many layers to the onion. I think a lot of these guys, now this is still a phenomenal job, in my opinion, on what he's trying to get at. But I think he only gets maybe 4 or 5 layers deep before he has to diametrically black and white everything. Like either you are or you are not, right? He cannot see why the red pill truly exists at its core. If feminism, then red pill. Is actually that gets addressed as well, interestingly enough. Maybe ironically enough, if then is not a thing. And you need to think beyond that. So for example, you know what, I'll just let the video speak for itself. But you should never think if then. Okay. In general, if then thinking is dangerous. And I think actually a lot of red pill content creators do if then. If statistics say, then all are bad, right? That's something we need to get away from, because if is not always a result overwhelmingly. If then thinking is dangerous. I will say that. But again, backstage, the panel can jump in at any time and they will interrupt me when necessary. We have a backstage way to communicate that. Let's go ahead and continue the video, shall we?
The Red Pilled subreddit says, all of us have been taught how women have supposedly been oppressed throughout human existence. In reality, this narrative is entirely fabricated. It continues, we have arrived at a society where feminists feel that they are empowered, independent and confident despite being heavily dependent on taxes paid mostly by men, an unconstitutional shadow state that extracts alimony and child support from men. And it continues, men aren't born with these values, they're drummed into us from the cradle on by society, culture, our families, and most
of what he's saying, we all understand, and most of what he's saying, regardless of his point, are actually true. Most men are brainwashed into this system. Feminism was designed to destroy this culture. And whether you agree or not, that's your choice. But feminism, its ultimate goal was to destroy gender and family, bottom line. And once you've destroyed both of those, you can destroy any great empire, especially family. And that's their goal. It's in their own literature. They have made it very clear that erasing gender and or family is a goal. And they're doing it right now. They're using the gender bender pronoun crap right now to do it. They're coming after children to do that right now. But yeah, absolutely. We know that. We know that. Again, I want to reiterate, we do know that. What do we do from here? Okay. We can argue all day long. I could derail this whole show to argue how, yes, that is in fact true. How, yes, the statistics prove over and over this point and that point. But the point of this show is to get past that. We already know that. What then, right? Let's continue.
definitely by the women in our lives. Sorry, but that includes you too, Mum. Taking the red pill is to acknowledge this uncomfortable truth. Everything you've been taught is a lie, and it functions as a kind of triad. A dominant matrix of beliefs, for example, radical feminism, suppresses and denies my authentic individuality, which takes the form of, say, masculinity. And taking the red pill is a route, a mode of knowledge that can help recover or find that authentic experience. This matrix framework comes up again and again in the history of philosophy. In ancient Greece, Plato framed it as a cave in which prisoners have been chained to a wall for their entire lives, seeing the shadow of things happening outside the cave on the wall in front of them. The philosopher, according to Socrates, can escape the cave and see the world for what it really is. Similarly, in the 17th century, Descartes asked how we could be sure what was true. How did he know that an evil demon wasn't deceiving him through his senses, distorting reality for him? How could he be sure that he wasn't dreaming? His answer was that he couldn't be sure of those things, but that even if there was an evil demon, or even if he was dreaming, there had to be a thinking thing to trick for that to be true in the first place. His thought then was what was true, what was real. Rationality was the path to truth. More recently, philosophers have framed it as a brain in a vat question. How can we know that we're not, like in the Matrix, brains in vats with an exterior simulation hooked up to our nerve endings? What all of these thought experiments have in common is this dyadic structure of inauthentic versus authentic existence, and they all posit a question. How would you know what's true and what's not? They were formulating ways of thinking about the idea that the outside, exterior, objective world was mysterious, difficult to get to, that we might be being duped by something or someone. And they all have different versions of what truth, or in some cases authenticity, is. Another philosopher of the Enlightenment, Johann Gottlieb Fichte, took Descartes' idea but went much further. He argued that whether the exterior world is accessible, essentially whether we're being tricked or deceived or have faulty senses, doesn't really matter. And the reason we don't know is because we create our own experience ourselves. We are the centre of our own universes. That input data we get from the senses doesn't actually come from without, but is produced by our actions, by the moving of our eyes, by our decision to listen or write or do or explore. Man isn't the measure of all things. Man is the maker of all things. He was following Immanuel Kant, who made the case that it isn't the Matrix feeding us our experiences, but that we played an active role in coding our own experiences from the raw material that was fed to us from the outside world, what Kant called the thing in itself. Kant made a radical leap that emphasized the importance of the individual, that our world is what we make of it. He said, for example, that in picking up an object, we construct our own knowledge of it. It's not given to us. I'm coding in data from my experience about the size of the object as I'm turning it, the colour as it shines in the light, and other knowledge I might have of it from elsewhere. He argued that the experience I have of basic objects, and so everything, is deeply personal. Fichte took Kant's thought and ran with it. He told his students to look within, to have faith in themselves and their own worldviews and thoughts. This sounds commonplace to us today, but in Fichte's time it was radical. He said that if we construct the objective world out there ourselves, then every action, every interpretation, every choice we make is imbued with a kind of absolute freedom. We are at the centre of our own universe. We are free from any matrix. He said things like, the I posits itself absolutely. He called it self-activity.
All right, we've got a jumping in point here. Cliff, I'm going to bring you full screen. Your thoughts, sir?
So the last point he kind of made, that we are free from the matrix. No, that's an entire misnomer. I understand he's going into that our interaction with the world as it is does shape our own experiences, but that doesn't mean we are free from its influence. It just makes it sound like it's only working one way.
Right.
That okay, got it. We shape the world in our perspective in our own way, but he's not giving us the inverse argument of that, how the world is actually shaping us as we are. So, and it's bringing all the arguments that guys have brought up with the red pill with the red pill philosophy, but he's not bringing up how that's come to be and how it's actually affected a lot of those guys.
Yeah,
it's just kind of a one way. It's kind of a one-way conversation so far.
Right. No, I get that. And that's part of the point of having the panel on here to discuss it. So I appreciate that you jumped in to bring up your perspective on it, because I absolutely agree. He's only giving you one lens without seeing the other side. And again, you have to be on this side to see both sides, I think. In my opinion, you have to go down this road to then be able to see where he's coming from and look at it more objectively. If anybody else on the panel would like to jump in, please feel free to let me know. In the meantime, we're going to jump back into it. But yeah, what Cliff said is absolutely spot on. He's only seeing it from the outside looking in, not from the inside looking out. I guess maybe that doesn't make sense, but it does. We have seen all of what brought us here and why we think and feel the way we do. We are on the inside looking out, although maybe it's a bad analogy, but you get what I mean. The point is he hasn't seen it from this perspective. Maybe still blue pill to a degree. Yeah. I think we could agree to that. But his points do remain to a degree. I want you to follow me to the end on this. Again, panel, you are more than welcome to jump in at any time. Until then, let's continue.
The eye generates its own experiences. It's not in a cave or a brain in a vat. It creates the cave. It creates the vat. Victor was much more influential in popular culture than he's given credit for now. At the time, admirers from across Europe flocked to see him lecture his radical theories. This was the age of revolution, of freedom, of Napoleon, of romanticism. He told his students to, quote, attend to yourself, turn your eye away from all that surrounds you and in towards your inner self. Such is the first demand that philosophy imposes upon the student. We speak of nothing that's outside of you, but solely of yourself. The philosopher Rudiger Safransky writes that Victor wanted to spread among his listeners the desire to be an I. Not a complacent, sentimental, passive I, however, but one that was dynamic, world-grounding, world-creating. It was a period deeply influenced by Rousseau's assertion that myself alone, I know the feelings of my heart, and I know mankind. I am not made like any others I have seen. And Victor said, echoing Napoleon's campaigns across Europe, that my will alone shall float audaciously and boldly over the wreckage of the universe. Victor was one of the first thinkers to posit something as truly central, the ego. And if you could find what was the core, what was at the centre of that ego, you could have something else that other philosophers later talked about: authenticity. Later, in the early 20th century, Martin Heidegger argued that we could escape the everyday ordinariness of the they, the dull averageness of the other, and live a uniquely authentic experience. Jean-Paul Sartre, following him, argued that we are always radically free to transform ourselves, that our existence precedes our essence. We are what we make of ourselves. Society tells us that we should be a certain way, fulfill a certain role, but authenticity means acknowledging that we can always transcend those roles, the expectations, limits, and beliefs of the society that surrounds us. If we think in terms of an onion, all of these philosophers, in different ways, believe in an unmediated core at the centre. Jacob Gollum writes that the concept of authenticity is a protest against the blind mechanical acceptance of an externally imposed code of values. What all of these thinkers have in common, and have in common in many ways with Red Pill philosophy, is that the route to authenticity is present within us, able to be accessed by all at all times, regardless of the ways we've been subjectified.
Stop.
All right. There we go. Finally. These guys are being like painfully quiet back here.
Okay, so about a couple minutes back, when they were talking about standing out from the crowd and not kind of going with the flow, what you would say maybe culture or society wants you to be, reminds me a lot of the Stoic or the old Stoics, where a lot of that is about, because a lot of society wants us to fit into certain bubbles or in certain boxes. But Stoicism says, I'm making my own box. This is me.
Right.
Whether you like it or not, I have fuck all to care about it. And it's a continuously self-improving box that changes shape over time.
Yeah, that's a fair assessment. I think one of the biggest things I would add to this so far is perception. Perception is everything. I'm surprised how quiet Crusader. I like my brain is itching, waiting for Crusader to jump in and just like mind blow everybody. But he's just sitting back there, just patiently, just whatever he's doing. I'm waiting. I wish he would. I'm challenging him. Crusader, please, for the love of God, please. Anyway, no, but let me add my point. Perception is everything. You can change, and I shit you not. I'm 100% serious here. You can change everything around you by changing the way you think about it. And I would say this, 90% of the time, the way you view a situation is going to change the outcome of it. And I don't want to break your brains too much on that tonight. Let's just say that it's a theory of mine that if you take, let's just make it really simple. Let's put it in layman's terms. You're in high school, right? And you're being bullied by the bullies, the mean kids, right? Whatever. We're just simplifying this. Instead of being the victim, react to them as if you're their friend, right? One, they don't know how to deal with that because they're expecting you to be the victim. That's part of their tactic. When you change that, they're not sure how to respond to it. Oftentimes, that changes their perspective. And suddenly, your perspective of them changes. Ironically, you may become friends with who was once your enemy simply by changing the way you view that. And I shit you not. Try it. Test it. In any situation you're in, change your perspective of what that environment is and watch that environment around you change. I'm not talking about some Oprah Winfrey fucking The Secret crap. I'm talking about real life stuff here. Change the way you view the world around you. The world will bend and mold itself to that perspective. Give it a shot. I've seen it. I've tested it. I've done it. It works. This is why the mindset of, for example, let's just take red pill defeatist in the dating aspect. Well, I can't find a date and no women want me and I've had a dry spell for 18 years or whatever it might be, right? Challenge yourself. I am desirable. I am wanted. And I'm not telling you to do some secret shit. Change your perspective. Bring that abundance mindset forth. I am desirable. I'm a hard worker. I can provision and protect. I'm worthy of these things. Women do find me attractive. Just by saying that, internalizing that, saying it out loud in the mirror, you're going to build the confidence to change who you are. And the outside world is going to respond to that simply because you're now standing straighter. You're carrying yourself different. You're walking different. Just because you said it. Something simple as that just changed the entire way the world around you perceives you. That goes with everything, whether it's relationships, jobs, whatever it is. You can change it by changing the way you think about it. So I want you to take that seriously. Maybe apply that. If you believe you will fail, you're right.
Yeah.
And I know that probably goes back to something a high school teacher would have taught you. If you believe you'll succeed, you're also right. It's true. The way you perceive the world around you will change the way the world responds to you. So if the world sucks and relationships suck and you're lonely and miserable and unhappy and a drunkard and angry and sad and pathetic and miserable, you're right. That is what you are. That is the sum of who you are as a person. But if you are successful, hardworking, charismatic, personable, charming, whatever you want to be, you're also right. That is a choice. And that is simply by changing your perspective, you have just automatically changed the world around you. Guaranteed. I guarantee, as a Bayou Billy might say. Yes.
One quick note about failure. If you succeed over and over again it doesn't teach you anything other than what you've been doing. It reinforces what you're doing is going to be successful until you encounter a variable that makes it unsuccessful. Then you got to reevaluate your method of whatever you're doing and go at it again. Failure teaches us far, far more than success ever does.
Yeah. Yep. What I want you to understand is this applies across the board to everybody. There's no one individual that this is directed at. This is directed at everybody. There are two people in this community, and I've seen a lot of it. There are those that want to rise above, and there are those that sit and wallow. And if you're part of the latter, it's time to change. You're not going to move forward unless you move forward. No one else can do it for you. No amount of watching this content, no amount of drilling red pill concepts into your brain day in and day out, 24/7, 365 for 15 to 20 years is ever going to change you. At some point, you have to be the change you want to see. Bottom line. I'm going to say that until I'm blue in the face. Some of you are going to get it, and some of you won't. I hope all of you do, but I can't lead you to the water and force you to drink it. I can only show you the water and hope for the best, but you're going to have to make up your minds. So, on that note, we're going to go back to the video. I'm waiting again for Crusader to jump in. He's been so quiet and patient. I'm waiting.
He's probably taking notes. And
Take all the notes.
He's going to pick it apart at the end.
Yes.
And like you said, he enjoys breaking people's brains.
Right. So anyway, to reiterate, again, I am not singling any of you out. But if the shoe fits, lace that bitch up and wear it. This is your time to make a change. Okay? Bottom line. Here we go.
Ideologized, molded and shaped by the world we find ourselves thrown into. With the right tools and knowledge, we can see through and overcome and transcend those codes of values that society has imprinted upon us. If this matrix triad, an exterior realm of dominant beliefs, an authentic individual to be uncovered like an onion and a route to getting there, is so common in philosophy, and we see it in today's political discourse, what can that discourse teach us about philosophy? And what can philosophy teach us about that discourse?
The Reddit subreddit RTRP, the Red Pill, describes itself as the Red Pill, discussion of sexual strategy in a culture increasingly lacking a positive identity for men. It's been quarantined, so you can no longer see how many members it has, but its ethos revolves around improving men's health, wealth, confidence and worth and so on, as to hold what they call a higher frame to attract women.
The posts range from the mild to the offensive, the personal to the political, but what we're interested in here is that relationship between the inauthentic matrix, the authentic experience and the taking of the red pill to get there.
In the Red Pill subreddit, the inauthentic matrix is the new feminist frame we live under. The authentic man has access to some timeless truths about attracting women. The red pill is the way to get there. One post reads, "The man of value, instead, brings wisdom, strength, mental fortitude, leadership, wealth and excitement to the table. Women, girls, crave this. It's built into their evolutionary psychology and biology. It is so hardwired into them that not even all the movies, TV shows, media propaganda and fiction books can overcome this instinct." Another said, "We are indeed..."
Actually, to be fair, that statement is 100% correct. Why does it work, though? I'm going to touch on that briefly as well. And then we'll probably have somebody else jump in because I can hear the heavy breathing from here. Hold on. Just give me a second. One of the reasons it works is human psychology, and the reason we have actually survived as long as we have survived. Number two, quite simply, simple things that men are teaching you are exactly what I've been saying. It's a change in perception. So the abundance mindset. Some of us have been saying it over and over, and yet people still don't grasp what we're saying. So let me reiterate what that means. The abundance mindset isn't the fake it till you make it. It's knowing that you do have value. You do have worth. Intrinsically, every man here has some value, some worth. It's simply maximizing that, making that message hit home and saying, I have options because of these things I bring to the table. And I know this is if-then thinking, but I want you to really hear me out, not to be a hypocrite on my prior statement. If I bring value, then I have options, right? That is not dangerous if-then thinking. It is true. And once you internalize that and believe that, that changes who you are. Therefore, it changes the world around you. So when we talk about red pill concepts and men teaching you how to do this and do that and be more masculine and be focused on your career, your hobbies, what drives you as a man, making women a complement to your life versus a focus, it really does work. Why? Because you are changing your perception. You are making yourself matter for once, which most men are taught not to do. They're taught that women and children come first, and men are just disposable. We are the disposable class. Most of us get killed off in movies, and it's laughable. But if a woman dies, then it's tragic. That is exactly what I'm saying. When you change your perspective, you change your outcome. Outlaw, jump on in, sir.
I have to slightly disagree with what this guy was saying about red pill. It is not supposed to be an enlightenment period for pleasing women or getting women's attention. The red pill is simply the state of awareness of where you're at in all of this. You reach that point in your life with the red pill where you realize what everything is around you, where you're at in all this. Your position in the culture.
Do you mind if I pause you for just a moment?
Go ahead.
All right, hold that thought because it's relevant. I think what he's saying, not to take away from your point, because I agree, this space is not about men learning how to tame that wild pussy, right? It's not. But a lot of men that are hurt or broken, betrayed, cheated on, divorced, their children are taken, they come to the red pill and they start off, they see coach, what is it? I don't know, but they see some coach, and the coach is saying how to get your girlfriend back. That might be a lot of people's introduction to the red pill. So in some sense of what we're talking about here, a lot of men that came to this space found it by trying to get their ex back, or how to get women to be attracted to you, or whatever. Now, I'm not saying that's what red pill is, but it is what brought a lot of men here. And on that level, I think what he's saying is correct, only because a lot of men find this space trying to find the magic pill, which doesn't exist, to help them succeed. Get your ex back. Just search that on YouTube. You'll be amazed at the results you get. Would I, or any MGTOW red pill, they are different, but we share similar views. Would any MGTOW red pill man in this space tell you to try to get your ex back? No. Because you've gotten beyond the surface level bullshit of grifters that try to tell you how to do things that are going to lead you to sorrow and misery. Yeah, you can get your ex back. I can teach you how to do it. I can. Right now, I could tell you how to do it. Is it going to benefit you or your life? No. Is she going to leave you again? Yes. Is it going to hurt just as bad, if not worse? Absolutely. But that's how a lot of men got to this space. So that said, on a surface level, what he says is correct. A lot of men found the space trying to heal from immediate wounds that hurt bad at that moment. They were enlightened when they learned all the layers of the onion and realized getting my ex back, for example, was pretty stupid. but it taught me the rest of the red pill by going down that journey, or on that path, I should say. That's what I'm trying to get at. I'll shut up. The floor is once again yours, sir.
Sure. And, like I said, and I've said it here before, if a guy is here looking for women and dating tips, dating advice, MGTOW's not for you. The red pill, in my opinion, is so much more encompassing. It involves, culture, politics, and it involves philosophy, everything in spite. If women is all you've got on the brain, then yes, red pill can help, but it's only going to go so far. I mean, like we keep saying, you've got to take the red pill in like medicine, because that's what it is. It's medicine. You've got to actually swallow it. Shut up, guys, for those of you with dirty minds. But yeah, you've got to take this like medicine. It's not for dating women. And I feel so bad for the guys that come into this community, and the first people they see is the Rollo Tomasis or the Fresh and Fits or the Andrew Tates. That's not what red pill or MGTOW is even about. And I've seen a lot of guys in this community, especially the haters, talking about, oh, well, you hate women. No, not at all what any of this is about. But I'll shut up now. You can continue on.
All right, jumping back in, I think what he's saying is valid. MGTOW is something, I would say, beyond red pill. Again, I don't think it's a final destination, just part of the journey. But MGTOW is, I've argued, based on my perspective of it, again, that word's getting used a lot tonight. But they have tenets, right? No cohabitation, no marriage, no new children. You've heard it so many damn times. I don't need to tell you. I understand what MGTOW is. Would I go down that path? Probably not. That's why this is Red Pill Rhino, not MGTOW Rhino, right? I agree with some of those men for a period. I think it's healthy. For a lifetime, maybe for some of these men, maybe in their late 50s, 60s, whatever, yeah, probably that's the end of the line. That's not the goal of most men. And I know that because I talk to you, because we have these discussions in after parties, because we have these discussions in emails. I see you guys on social media outside of this show. Your end goal isn't to be MGTOW. I can tell you, 90% of you that I talk to, some of you that claim MGTOW, that's not your end goal, which is good. That's healthy. That shouldn't be your end goal. Is it a great place to stop for a while? Maybe a long while. For some of you, it may be the final destination. I don't think it should be, but that's your choice. See? Remember, there's no answers here tonight, only the question, what is right for you? I wouldn't advise it, but if it works for you, absolutely. Sean, I believe I heard you.
I think you're right about that. It's not the end goal, at least not for everybody. But again, something like that is still another useful tool to build yourself up before you re-enter that marketplace. Maybe your game is off, you learn to do some game, but you stay out of it for a little bit. Maybe you just want to improve your fitness to be more appealable. Fine. Stop focusing on women, start focusing on the gym more. You want to build your money up to be more appealable. All right. Learn not to, or get into the habit of not going to spend money. Learn how money works, how you can use it to continuously make yourself more money, and then re-enter that marketplace again when you think you're more appealable.
Yes,
it's just another tool in the toolbox of becoming red pill aware.
You know what? I'll say yes and no.
Okay.
Well,
we go back and forth on this all the time, but
yeah, I'll agree with you, but I also part of me cringes when I hear and it's not you, it's just in general. Like I start hearing, I got a Bugatti.
Oh,
We're
I'm
gonna
not talking about Andrew
No, I know,
Tate
I know,
levels.
I know,
Yeah.
I know you're not. But I hear the comeback when you've got 6 inches and 6 figures and 6 inches and 6 feet. Pumps can do that, and femur surgery can do that. Don't do that, but you could. You could if you wanted to. Don't do that. 6 figures is an attainable goal, although very small portion of the population. It's a goal to strive for. I'm not going to fault anybody for wanting to be rich, but if you need to cut your femurs and lengthen them slowly over several months in a painful process, it might be going to an extreme. They do put lifts in your shoes now. You can do that if you want to cheat. Once you're horizontal, nothing matters. Now that part of me is coming out. I've done that. Not the lifts, but you don't have to care about. Height is nothing. It doesn't matter. That's all fiction. Again, that's women and men and their perspectives that are a little bit twisted. Don't worry about that. Whether she's shorter or taller, it doesn't really matter. Honestly, in my opinion. Women care more about that than men, though. But yeah, if you better yourself, that's one thing. But let's not do the... I know, Sean, you're not, but don't follow down the Andrew Tate. Get $1 million and get a Bugatti, and then you'll be ready to go. That's foolishness. And most of you, no offense, me neither. Most of you will never have an Andrew Tate lifestyle, and that's okay. There's nothing wrong with that. I honestly think there's many things wrong with the Andrew Tate.
I don't
maybe
think
his
anyone
message,
saw the problems that he has.
maybe his message has some points, but he is way too caught up in the Playboy lifestyle, and I don't think he can see the forest from the trees and see what it's like in the trenches. I don't think he knows. I don't think he's ever been in the trenches. I know he has a backstory and all of that, you know, but I don't think he's ever been where a lot of the men in this space have been. Okay. Still waiting on Crusader. He refuses. I feel like he's antagonizing me in the backstage here, but he's here, I think. Yeah, he's here. He just refuses to jump in. So we're going to get back to this video. Yeah, backstage is, yeah. Anyway, look, the bottom line is I don't want you to hyper focus again on, they talk about the 6 for example. You've got to have what we talked about, right? In order to achieve success in relationships. That's just false. It's just false. All right. I was at one point in my life making less than $150 a week. Somewhat homeless. I chose to live in an RV. And yeah, I didn't have, I'm not the tallest guy. You know, I don't have the best of all things, right? You know, and yet it didn't affect me, right? And that's what I'm trying to tell you. Like I'm not saying I was a bum. I just had a point in my life where I wasn't succeeding the way I would probably look back now and want to kick myself for. But I still didn't have a problem with the whamming. All right. And that was perspective. Again, I was good enough. I was me. I didn't care what they thought of me. I'm just telling you this. I want you to hear this out of my mouth to you, because I want you to know, like, I'm not like some Chad bro. I never have been. I'm not an Andrew Tate. I don't call myself some alpha giga Chad fresh and fraud. I'm just some dude, right? I don't have a 6-pack, never had. And, you know, I don't have 6 figures, and I'm not 6 feet. Point is like, it didn't matter. And I was able to go out there and succeed in dating. Now, yeah, I made some mistakes. A lot. Most of you know these stories from watching Pop and this show. I even told some of my story on MGTOW Mando's show. So you guys know. made my mistakes. But again, my perspective, I didn't care. I didn't hyper focus on I'm not good enough. I just went out there and dated. Anybody can do it. Anybody can do it. I know this is not what the show's about. But again, I want to challenge you. If you focus on all the negatives that this community will show you, in abundance, mind you, you're going to get negatives. I mean, as an experiment, anybody in this space that was successful with women before, go out and publicly preach what we talk about here. Oh, that well will go dry for a very long time. I guarantee you. Or alternatively, don't. And you'll see the well will filleth up again. My point is, your perspective and what you present yourself as is very important to changing the world around you. Something to chew on. These tools we give you, these lessons we teach you, are just a stop along the way. And yes, I know we're running long on time, but this is an important message, and I think it does need to be discussed, especially by Crusader, who has infinite wisdom on the subject that just won't say anything. You know what? What if I do this? Watch this. Watch this. Let's see what happens. Crusader, what are your thoughts, sir?
Would I do anything to torment you on a live stream?
For about 30 minutes now.
So my goal has to be 40 next time. Got it. Well, I know in the backstage, Sean and I have been conversing about a couple of things. And trust me, listening to that was probably more painful for me than it was for everybody else in the audience.
But wait, there's more.
Sean, you have something handy? We got something.
Yes, I do. If you look
Excellent.
at your screen.
I mean, I could have. I
Yes.
saw it.
This needs to end.
Not yet. Not yet.
Really?
But we
okay,
can
then,
play it.
Then
We can play it.
That's
There it is. Here it is. Here it
Yeah.
is.
What you just said is one of the most insanely idiotic things I have ever heard. At no point in your rambling, incoherent response were you even close to anything that could be considered a rational thought. Everyone in this room is now dumber for having listened to it. I award you no points, and may God have mercy on your soul.
Do go on, sir.
That has to be. If I could send this dude a message, I would send him that clip in relation to this video. The
That can
vast
be
majority
arranged.
of I'm pretty sure it can be. Going back, this dude was looking at philosophers. He was looking at antiquated information. He was looking at stuff where people thought the Earth was the center of the universe. I'm sorry, we've grown a little since then. If he thinks that people are basic, I don't even want to go into the realm of what he thinks and how people's perception works. Sorry, dude. There's these things called nerves within the human body. Oh, let's go into them and let's start looking at nerves. We have sensory nerves that can look at tactile, look at temperature, look at electromagnetic, olfactory nerves, photoreceptor nerves. Those are just a few of them off the top of my head. So let's start looking into this a little bit on a greater depth. You mean to tell me that those nerves don't matter? Okay, then I guess mirror neurons don't matter, and the frontal lobes of the brain don't matter, which control all the executive functions in a person and how people live and learn. Okay, then I guess that doesn't matter, along with the fact of epigenetics doesn't matter, which means that people's experiences don't affect the way they live and learn, and how life experiences affect genetic changes due to affecting the the way that DNA is actually replicated through stressful times and non-stressful times and pleasurable times and non-pleasurable times, which actually alter the human DNA, which is an entire study of the field of epigenetics, but I guess that doesn't matter. Shall we go further? This guy, you can tell if you look at him closely when he's quote unquote speaking, dude's reading a script. If this guy is trusting what you find on Reddit, yeah, great source there, buddy. I mean, you know what? I can probably find an old National Enquirer that he can probably read and learn something new.
Hold on. I mean, I'm hearing you. I'm understanding what you're saying. Can you pull anything positive from what he's trying to say here? I get that you're like, I get what you're saying, but do you see what he's alluding to at all?
That he's an absolute complete blithering moron? Yes, I see that. And the best part about it is that it's now over.
Well, there is that.
We could take this video and relive the entire thing, and I can break it down step by step for people if everybody would like to see that. It's probably going to be a little science heavy, a little genetics heavy, as well as beating holes into every possible theory this guy is pretending to propose. If people want to see that, go ahead and put a 1 in the chat. I'll do it.
Oh, now it begins. So here's the thing. I see where our 30-pound brain mother fornicator is coming from. However, I'm here to challenge those thoughts just ever so slightly.
Okay. All right.
So I'm going to break his brain. Not in a good way.
You're not going to break my brain.
This might.
I doubt it.
We're going to finish. There is a purpose to this. This is not for naught. Two different types of not there. This is not for naught. There is a point. We are going somewhere with this. He says it in here, and all of this bullshit is alluding to it. Okay? So follow me through to the end. We're almost done, fortunately. But again, I want you to challenge your thinking. So we can talk about how his thinking is challenged. And Crusader has definitely done that. But I want you to challenge your thinking as well. Again, trust but verify. And if this is a heaping pile of dog dookie to you, that is fine. But audience retention says otherwise. Most of you are still here, which is impressive to say the least. So thank you. Hopefully most of you in the audience are seeing where I'm going with this. Let's continue, shall we?
No longer in hunter-gatherer times. However, much of what was at play then still applies today. This includes women, of course, desiring bigger and more physically intimidating men, among many other things. It's all evolutionary behavior, bro. For the red-pilled, femininity and masculinity are fixed, unchanging and stereotypical. One recent post tells us that most women are naturally hysterics and followers and don't have desires of their own because they base their desires on...
I see what he's saying. If you're going to pull all your information from Reddit, you may need to do some more live searching before you decide on your perspectives and or theories on a huge movement that is now spanning several decades of men coming together and actually discussing points. Reddit is not the source of all information. Neither is Wikipedia. So yeah, there is a valid point there. The Onion, he's only a few layers in. He has no idea how deep this rabbit hole goes. And I'll give him that. Crusader is correct. The guy is speaking from a very shallow pool that if you dove into, might kill you. But I want you to follow through to the point he's making. Because even in his lack of understanding of the red pill, he still makes valid points. Okay?
He
Fair
does.
enough? Bear with me?
He does make a valid point.
Damn it, Crusader. Should have left him backstage. God damn it. He
Okay,
does. He does.
let's break this down. Okay, let's look at some more information.
Oh no.
All right, he wants to pull the 64th of an inch worth of depth in water on his base of knowledge of science and information. If he's saying right, for those who don't know, that's very, very little. That may be enough to wet the pavement. If he's
Like my
saying
dog.
that your dog's paws won't even get wet, him going on the quote unquote Reddit claim of there being a definitive defined line of masculinity and femininity, wrong. People's from what I remember reading in personality styles and personality types, there are on average 64 different portrayable different personality types that can manifest in different scenarios and situations depending on the amount of cortisol in the system, adrenaline in the system, norepinephrine within the system, androgen within the system, and all of those at different levels that are all measured at the individual isotope level can actually impart and change an individual's personality as well as alter a person's perception of a scenario and a situation. So,
but
do we go deeper?
Yeah, no, that's what she said. Listen, that's the thing. You are not wrong, but to be fair, what he is referring to is the casual viewing audience that just stepped into the red pill, what the majority of the space talks about. On a surface level, even outside of Reddit, if you look at Andrew Tate, if you look at Fresh and Fit, if you look at Rich Cooper, if you look at, I'm not trying to attack any channels, but if you look at those channels in general, the surface of Red Pill, then masculinity is excellence, and I don't know, some bullshit Fresh and Fit quote about being a man whore and sleeping with multiple women, but women should be loyal to you, even though you're creating the hoes that you hate. Something like that, to that effect. In other words, the surface level of Red Pill, before you truly understand it, before you internalize it, before you teach it like Terrence Popp, let's say Better Bachelor. I'm trying to give good examples here. There's several, but I'll stop at those two just so I'm not droning on. There are some that are deep within the layers of the onion, that understand what it really is to be red pill. They've gone through the experiences, the hardships, the pain. But on the surface, and let's just be fair to the average viewer who is coming into the space. So, for example, there's a couple guys I turn on the show that have no idea what red pill is, and they watch this. And then they go watch other red pill content. What they're going to see is what this show that you're tearing a new asshole is talking about. They only see that surface. They only see the Reddit. They only see the first 2-3 layers of the onion, and they think that's what red pill is. Now, granted, there is true pain, true suffering, and true life lessons learned the deeper you go into that onion, that red pill, so to speak. However, most people that watch, entertain, or come here because of, or in spite of, some of the things they've gone through, only see the first few layers. Most people that take the red pill try to spit it out. Let's be honest. A lot of people that take the red pill never internalize it. That's something as comical as we could tear this guy apart for his shortcomings. I don't think he's completely. I don't think he's completely off the mark. I know this is tearing you apart on the inside, but something about what he has to say in moving forward from I agree with. Now, again, we've pointed out very clearly that he only sees the first few layers, and that there's so much more to this, which we could do an entire series on, and we might, because these are intelligent discussions for once, which I don't say that in spite of my own show, but we need to start having more of. On that note, I want to get through this. I think it's relevant. And yeah, he has a lot of shortcomings. That's fine. He pulls his sources from Reddit. That's a foolish rookie mistake. Yes. But when he talks about concepts and philosophies and things like that, far beyond his own grasp, mind you, he is making solid points.
Let's add something in real quick.
Yes, you may, sir.
Because I know I've been really quiet so far.
Mm-hmm.
So just to throw in a little bit more on that, what he's seeing on Reddit is, of course, going to be the most exacerbated cases.
Mm-hmm.
That when it comes down to Reddit, I'm pretty sure that everybody has heard of the stereotypes of being a Redditor. You're the worst case scenario within a certain group. The stuff that usually gets posted on Reddit, and it's spread to other platforms, but let's just focus on Reddit since that's where he's pulling a lot of this information. You're getting the most extreme cases, not the overall data set. If you were to look at the complete data set, then you're going to see that those extreme cases are far and few between. They are not common. They're not the worst that you will find in every single day, but maybe once every few months or weeks. But it is not the regular participator in red pill or MGTOW content. There's the worst case scenario. So he's kind of taking a page out of mainstream media's book. Take the most outlandish, here's a buzzword, extremist case scenario of a particular group that they're targeting and plastering that on the big screen, saying that, oh, this is what these people are like, this is what this group condones. They're trying to make us look worse by taking the extreme cases and trying to make them sound like they're the average red pill guy.
What I need you to understand, for those of you that have been in this space for a long time and go, how could anybody be so stupid? Anybody that hasn't gone through what you've gone through, experienced what you've experienced, seen what you've seen, whether it be, again, dating, relationships, or the bigger picture, which is everything else, red pill. This is what they see. They see Reddit. They see what this guy's talking about. That's all they see. The uninitiated world around you, that is how they view you. And if you bring up casually with your coworkers around the water cooler something like Alex Jones or Terrence Popp or what have you, this is how they see you. Now, that's not to say that they're right. They're not, obviously. They have no experience, no way in which to gauge reality that we've seen. Their perception is very limited. Again, shallow. And ignorance is bliss. They have no idea. And that's okay. There's nothing wrong with that. Forcing the red pill on them, however, there is fault in that. They're not ready. They have to take that on their own. That's something they have to choose to do. But again, what I need you to understand is we're a minority. We really are. Now, we are growing in number. A lot of people see the truth for what it is, but we're dropping the bucket. The world around you, they're uninitiated. Almost all of them that you encounter out in the wild, whether it's your coworkers, people at Walmart, wherever you go, church, if that's your thing, they're all seeing from the perspective of Reddit. That's who you are. Now, again, I talk about perception. It's your job to see that perspective, trying to look in and use philosophy to explain it for the betterment of you yourself, or to tear it apart in order to justify how they're imbeciles and you're correct. That's your choice. That is ultimately your choice as well. What I'm trying to say is, if you can see from the other side, it helps you grow as well, and may help you take a step beyond. I'm not telling you to take the blue pill like Cypher so you can have the stakes. Although that does seem at some times, all of us know, like a healthy, happy alternative to reality. We can't do it. We wouldn't do it. Most of our morals, principles, values, and integrity wouldn't allow us to take the blue pill again if offered. But that's not what I'm telling you to do. I am telling you that at some point you have to integrate red pill knowledge back into the matrix, because it's not going anywhere. And philosophically speaking, we already know that to be the case in all great literatures and great films that discuss this. The Matrix always wins in the end. It's how we interact with it that ultimately decides our fate. We can win individually within the system if we choose to acknowledge it for what it is and then work, not within it, so to speak, giving into it, but to adapt and overcome. All right? I hope I'm not going too far into philosophy on you, but I really want you to think and challenge that. Again, what I need you to understand is the majority of the people around you don't know or understand what most of you here do. And that's a big part of it. You need to understand that we know decades, if not because of our research collectively, thousands of years of information. And that's great. But the world around you doesn't. They've got a limited scope. So understand that when we talk about these topics. This is not easy. This is not for the faint of heart. This isn't your typical 304 reaction video. While those are fun, those don't bring greater awareness in moving forward. Bottom line. Let's continue. We're almost there. I know, long ass video tonight. We're actually still shorter than we used to be, but we got to get through this, push the barriers, have the final thoughts on this topic exclusively, and move forward. But I think if you give it a chance, take it with a grain of salt if you will, there is a point to be made in this. Let's continue.
On the desire of the other. The red-pilled sidebar recommends to work on your frame, the way you present yourself, by working on some timeless truths. Most of those truths are innocuous. Work out.
Have we not
eat
said
right,
this?
Dress well. But deep in the how-to guides of the sidebar, you find advice like, contrary to feminist sloganeering, no doesn't always mean no. Oftentimes, no simply means not yet. There are also critiques of...
And I know Crusader has made a point and how he sees this guy, but he... Observe the unobserved. Just bear with me. How many channels have you seen say this? No doesn't always mean no. I actually watched a guy the other day. I can't remember his name. John Anthony or Anthony John. I don't know which one it was. They're both terrible. They talk about what he's talking about. The Red Pill guys, the president of the Red Pill, and many of their followers, many of their subsidiary channels talk about just exactly what he's talking about. We're not free from the confines of this very shallow onion that a lot of men are introduced to. A lot of men in this space say the same thing. So is it any wonder why he's quoting it? Because a lot of men praise it like some doctrine, some cult ideology to be followed to its absolute core. He's not saying this because he's stupid. He's saying this because red pill content creators are telling you these are the principles and doctrine of what it is to be red pill. He's not off base at all. I've seen it. I've watched thousands of hours, hundreds of thousands of hours of red pill content. So no, I challenge what Crusader said. He's not stupid. He's saying what our own content creators in this space say. That's a problem. That's something that should be addressed, looked into a little bit more. Maybe the imbecile over here is actually giving us a mirror to look into. Perhaps. I could be wrong. That's up to you to decide.
Feminism, like there's a tendency of media and culture to put women first, excuse their misdeeds, and criticize any holding of accountability or pointing out of double standards as being anti-women. There's much to wade through here, but what I find interesting about the Red Pill subreddit is the way that any man can draw on almost immediately accessible timeless truths about what masculinity is and what women find attractive. This is why being red-pilled leans conservative. In much of conservative philosophy, wisdom comes from passed down tradition. Everything we need is available from that tradition in the present moment.
Also, not false. Again, whether you agree or disagree with the content creator himself, talk to most red pill guys. Where do they lean? Right or left? You tell me. Is he so far off the mark in what he's saying? He's just observing. He's just the mirror looking back at you.
The best of all possible worlds is here. It aligns with other ideas that conservatives tend to adopt, like rational actor theory and the invisible hand of the market, that the market and rational individuals and sexual selection are all self-balancing, a naturalized order. Of course, if that self-balancing way of the world is natural, then any feminist, leftist, interventionist or regulatory attempts to adjust, correct or aid or change becomes inauthentic, tipping the natural balance off and forcing people into an inauthentic matrix that skews the real self. The wider manosphere all draws from this basic frame. It's why the red pill redditors are often attracted to Andrew Tate, why Andrew Tate supporters align with Jordan Peterson often, and why Peterson fans don't have to do much intellectual legwork to agree that the swamp of the Matrix in Washington needs draining a la Trump. For all of them, climate change discourse is an attempt to control us as COVID-19 lockdown.
Sean, jump on in.
Yeah, no, he's throwing at assumptions and he's trying to create like a pathway, like if you remember, what is it? It was either Vox or one of the more left-leaning publications. I forget the article name, but the theory is going through like a rabbit hole of videos that are of certain content, either conservative or red pill type, and you end up as a neo. Well, we've already said the F word on here many times. A neo-Nazi, Trump-loving white supremacist.
Right.
It's where they allude that this is where the rabbit hole eventually ends for everybody who enters it. One of the notes I wanted to make on my introduction earlier before we got interrupted was the red pill content creators, big and small, we need to take the tools that they present to us as possible tools to put in our toolbox to help enrich our lives. Not everything is going to work for us in our situations. I know this has been kind of hashed out a couple of times earlier. Something that Fresh and Fit says might work for them. Something that Pop says might work for them. Something that Pop and Fresh and Fit say does not work for them or will not work for them. We're not all the same. We are just taking tools that they are presenting to us, putting it in our toolbox to try out and see if it works for us, that makes our lives better. If not, we throw the tool out, we go find another one that does.
Right. Now, what I want to point out, again, I'm going to say this ad nauseum. If you watch our content, any content in this space, including mine, I'm not going to hold myself above this criticism. If you watch our content from surface level, you see the same thing that this guy's talking about. Right here. You'll see it on this channel. Go back. Watch a few episodes. You'll see the same thing. Who did I vote for the last two elections, for example, right? Yeah, that was Trump. I have a lot of conservative views in this space. I talk about a lot of right-leaning things. I cannot at any point like take a step back out of reality and say, no, he's totally wrong. You have channels like Steven Crowder, not necessarily red pill, but right-leaning, but all of a sudden going through a divorce, talking about red pill, having Fresh and Fit on his show, having Alex Jones join his show permanently, as in he's now a part of Mug Club. We can't be blind to reality. We can't pretend that this guy's just trying to say that we're all right-leaning, neoconservative extremists. Reality has already, again, given them something to look at and reflect back to us. You don't see a lot of liberals in this space, and for good reason. A lot of them cannot stand deep critical thinking. A lot of them don't want to address the problems of society other than changing it for some globalist narrative that leads to communism and suffering and death and famine and war and pestilence and everything in the Bible, right? That's what they want. So whether or not you see this as, well, he's just trying to use stereotypical things to paint us into a corner and say that we are all... No, I really want you guys to break away from that thinking. He's simply reflecting reality back to us, like it or not. I don't see any liberals in this space, do you? Matter of fact, I have several people that I've talked to in this space that if you admitted to being a liberal, then you need to be purged from the red pill and MGTOW communities. You need to be ousted and shamed and shunned. It's been said recently on actually this show in the comments. So, yeah, like it or not, the mirror is being reflected. I want you to look at it for what it is, rather than just tear it apart like, oh, he's just propaganda, blah, blah, blah. There's a bit of truth that is uncomfortable there. I'm, again, not saying that the red pill or MGTOW or any of these philosophies are wrong. I'm not even saying being right-leaning is wrong. Sanity versus insanity, in my opinion. Choose one. I prefer natural hair color, and you get where I'm going with this. I'm not immune to his criticisms. Shallow as the pool may be, he is reflecting quite an accurate depiction. Nobody on this panel is a liberal. Not one that I know of. Not a single one. I got to keep challenging you guys. This can't be an easy or a comfortable conversation, because if it is, we're failing to move this channel and this community forward. These cannot be comfortable conversations anymore. Let's continue.
Were government officials are mini tyrants, feminists are indoctrinated cultural Marxists, the universities are lost to all of them, and so on.
It's hard because women have to want to work for you.
Okay. Women now, every opportunity to say this guy's shallow and pedantic, I can see arising. Aaron Clary talks about how college is a scam. So does Pop. Everything he's saying has been reinforced over and over and over and over. I've done it. College is a scam. We've all done it. So every time we say this guy doesn't get it, oh, he gets it. From that lens, from that perspective, he gets exactly what we're saying. May it be a shallow pool still. We've said it over and over on this show and on every show in this community. So I get the humor, and I also get the philosophy, and I also get the psychology and all of that this guy's so out of his field, and his view of field is so shallow he can't possibly be intelligent. Challenge your thinking on that. Because again, everything he says, I've seen it in this community. I've seen it on this show. This show right here. I've seen it. I've said it. I'm guilty. I've said it. So let's continue. Let's get through this.
And have to want to obey you.
Tate, like Peterson, says he takes on full responsibility for everything that happens to him.
Once you're on your own, you really should not be expecting, you're swinging on a trapeze.
Like this introductory video from the Red Pill Reddit says, you're on your own. For authentic, timeless inner truth to be accessible, it has to be so without much or any influence from outside. Individual responsibility has to be just that, individual. This mode of conservatism seeks wisdom in the present moment, in the present self, rather than in institutions or universities, say, or political solutions or wider critiques. Advice like build muscle, make your bed, work on your frame is timeless, universal, requires no depth.
Once again, we've said it on this show. Everything you just quoted, I've said here. Work out, make your bed, start the day by making your bed. These are common sense things, but we've said it. So to ignore that would be ignoring truth. And isn't that what we're here for, truth? So why lie to ourselves and pretend we're somehow above the critique of the outside lens?
Of thought. The matrix frame has to rely on authentic, natural, eternal truths that are immediately accessible, because any other appeal to any other authority is tainted by the matrix.
I talked a lot already about the necessity of cleaning your room, which is, in some sense of...
Salvation is found, in Jordan Peterson's words, within. This lines up neatly with wider paleo-conservative views. Paleo, meaning ancient, conjures up images of a timeless experience we can all access through the nation. National identity is natural. Christian ethics eternally true. Capitalism the way of the universe. Paternalism passed down for generations. Paleo thinking relies on the idea of a natural state of nature where everything hangs neatly together. The past should be repeated authentically in the present without change. It's the sacred worship of the present moment. Within this frame, desires, needs, base impulses, especially...
Alright, that bugs me where they're saying that they need, or Red Pill is propagating that we need to go back to old ways and never make them change. That bothers me a lot.
It may bother you, and that's okay. But I've seen it in the comments. I've seen it in the chats. I've seen it in live streams. I've seen it in conversations in the late night shows that happen in this space. Have you not seen the same discussions? Because it's happened.
I've seen people asking to go back to a time where all this was more commonplace, but there were still problems back then. It's as if they want to go back in time and not learn from the mistakes of the time.
Yeah.
You've got to learn you got to self-improvement, even through culture, civilization, still needs to progress forward. But at a certain point, you can't just jump to let's just say maybe 100 or 200 years in the future within a 5-year gap, or with a 5-year allowance. Let's take the lessons from the old world that worked, let's improve upon them, and reapply them to the modern day, because the modern day, with technology, with new cultural understandings, new scientific understandings, we have to continuously adapt.
I agree. Now, let me push the hot button.
Go.
I'm just going to put the quote out there. No hymen, no diamond. A lot of you are going to know what I'm talking about. That might be uncomfortable. Are they not pushing the agenda that we should go back in time and stay in that world and not grow or progress? It's been said in this community many times, in many different forms, in many different ways. Now, I am not here to say any channel is doing it wrong. I'm simply going to point it back at this community and say, I've seen it. No hymen, no diamond. That's pretty absolutist thinking. Now, do I think that a high body count on a woman is going to be a good idea for a man to engage in a relationship with? No, of course not. I think that's foolishness. After 3 partners, the brain in a woman breaks, essentially, to the point where she's now addicted to intimate relationships with multiple partners. It's science. There's no denying that. But again, to challenge that, men want a return to traditionalism in this space. And traditionalism sounds a lot like 1945. And a lot of men have pushed, we should have never left it in this space. They've said it. I've heard it. I'm not going to pretend it didn't happen. So when I hear it from an uncomfortable point of view, I'm going to swallow that pill, uncomfortable as it may be, and go, well, a lot of us have said this shit. I think I've probably said this shit at some point. I've certainly romanticized the idea. That doesn't mean I'm perfect. Of course not. We all make mistakes, but I've romanticized how much easier it would be if we just all still followed pre-feminist ideas on how the world should be. But again, that's going back in time and living in the past that doesn't exist. Can we ever put the lid back on Pandora's box? Probably not. I will say it again. I'll double down. Wish we could. That puts me in the box of what he just said, though. I wish we could. I wish we could go back before feminism. I do. Because I understand what it did to this planet. What it did to the Western world, which is slowly creeping into the East. These passport bros think they have the solution. No, the problem is coming right for their shores. You're not going to outrun radical ideologies. So part of me says, yeah, we've said it, but part of me also agrees with it. Traditional values were something that worked. They were something that worked. They were something that families were built on. I'm not even going to say it's wrong. So the 1950s thinking we should all go back there and just stay there, I'm not even disagreeing with that. So there, I'm guilty of a stereotype that he just pointed out. I don't even feel ashamed of it. Look at modern culture. Look at the women today. They have nothing to offer but sex. So that's all they sell. Look at Instagram. Go get an Instagram. If you don't have one, here's a terrible experiment. Make an Instagram or a Twitter or anything anymore except Facebook or YouTube. They're still pretty okay for now, although they bend and break the rules whenever possible. All it is porn. Instagram's a dating app. Women that are honest will admit to it. But they don't sell anything but sex on these sites. OnlyFans, Twitter, Instagram, TikTok. It's all sex.
In about 10 to 15 years, we're going to see a huge crash and a huge wave of all those girls who got onto that in the beginning that were very successful. Oh, hi, Kat. We're going to see them. I mean, we've already started to see some of it happen. They're going to complain about how men are not wanting to engage with relationships with them because of their prior internet history with selling their body. And hopefully they made enough money so that they can learn to live from 40 to 80 and be alone for a very long time, because that is the prospect. Jordan Peterson recently came out. We are about 5 years away from half of the women over 30 who are going to be eternally alone because of the things that they did in their past, like especially internet past, with selling themselves and selling their bodies online, because it was an easy thing to do, and there's always going to be customers for it, no matter what.
Fair enough. All right, gentlemen. We're going to continue on. Panel, you are free to head out whenever. I'm gonna pursue this to the very end. I think it's important, regardless of how moronic or degenerate or stupid it might seem. Leaving. Hang on, let me fix that. There we go. I think it's important, and again, I'm not here to make you comfortable. I'm not here to pacify you. If I was doing that, I would be disingenuous to the audience. Because this should not always be comfortable. It should not always be an echo chamber full of comfortable thoughts and ideas to help you sleep at night. Sometimes an uncomfortable thought or two is a good thing. And again, looking at the other side helps you grow, which is why I'm doing this. It's not to change your mind. It's not to tell you to abandon any of the things we've talked about here. It's simply to give you a different perspective and hopefully help you grow individually. Again, what we talked about tonight, there are no answers for you other than your answer for yourself. Keep that in mind. Let's finish this, shall we?
Masculine ones are taken as natural and to be fulfilled, fitting neatly with consumer culture too. Every cultural and consumer proposition is a hook. Something, maybe even a lot, about that very public discourse. Understood properly.
And yes, in the comments I see that. Andrew Tate is shallow and pedantic. Yes, yes. Yes, he is, 100%.
It might reveal insights about why it's so appealing in the first place, and how sensible-minded people might respond. What does it mean to take the red pill? Roughly, by discovering the correct knowledge about the world,
okay, Rhino, you dropped it all the way back to like the 2-minute mark.
Become clear-eyed, authentic. It means having a revelation,
yeah, we've seen
realizing the difficult truth
I see what I did there. Sorry about that, guys.
Indoctrinated cultural
there
Marxists. The
Sorry,
universities are lost to all of them, and so on.
It's hard because women have to want to work for you. Okay. Women have to want to obey you.
Tate, like Peterson, says he takes on full responsibility for everything that happens to him.
Once you're on your own, you really should not be expecting, you're swinging on a trapeze.
Like this introductory video from the Red Pill Reddit says, you're on your own. For authentic, timeless, inner truth to be accessible, it has to be so without much or any influence from outside. Individual responsibility has to be just that, individual. This mode of conservatism seeks wisdom in the present moment, in the present self, rather than in institutions or universities, say, or political solutions or wider critiques. Advice like build muscle, make your bed, work on your frame is timeless, universal, requires no depth of thought. The Matrix frame has to rely on authentic, natural, eternal truths that are immediately accessible, because any other appeal to any other authority is tainted by the Matrix.
I talked a lot already about the necessity of cleaning your room, which is, in some sense of...
Salvation is found, in Jordan Peterson's words, within. This lines up neatly with wider paleo-conservative views. Paleo, meaning ancient, conjures up images of a timeless experience we can all access through the nation. National identity is natural. Christian ethics eternally true. Capitalism the way of the universe. Paternalism passed down for generations. Paleo thinking relies on the idea of a natural state of nature where everything hangs neatly together. The past should be repeated authentically in the present without change. It's the sacred worship of the present moment. Within this frame, desires, needs, base impulses, especially masculine ones, are taken as natural and to be fulfilled, fitting neatly with consumer culture too. Every cultural and consumer proposition is a hook, a quick fix. History is replaced with stoic insights, sociology replaced with pop psychology, literature replaced with action films, deep critique replaced with shallow philosophy quotes.
This frame of authentic knowledge being found within through the red pill contains a fundamental error about how knowledge is formed. Thinking through this error can help us think about how we should respond to the manosphere.
Knowledge is never immediate, but all.
So my thought on that when it comes to the whole consumer portion of it, that is mostly because of information that we have that's floating around nowadays. How he said that most of our introspective works, such as literature, has now turned into movies, and our most famous quotes or statements, instead of like whole paragraphs, have been whittled down to like maybe a single 5 to 6 word sentence. Part of that is because there's an oversaturation of information, and a lot of people have now gotten to the point where our ability to assess information, or no, our ability to access information has superseded our ability to assess information. And that's not what's being brought up. So how that ties in, I have no idea. I think it's just kind of waffling right there.
Fair enough. Lord knows waffling is a common trend here. I did see some chats come in, and apparently a super chat has been buried. Gendai 351 earlier for $5 sent a pre-break submission to email to your email for the end. Of course, I saw that, but apparently there were some others that are just not showing, which is fantastic. So I apologize about that.
I do see them. Do you want me to call them out?
If you don't mind, because, yeah, like I said, I'm not seeing them for some reason.
Okay, so on Rumble, we have MGTOW Mando for $1. Rhino, I've waited. Is it not fair for me to ask for less than 5 partners since I've had none?
To ask for less than 5 partners. I guess I'm misunderstanding. I've waited. Is it not fair for me to ask than less than 5 partners? Help me understand that. Are you basically saying I'm asking for one?
He's asking for at least someone who has had at least less than 5 partners, even though he has not had any.
He's let me try to expand on that if I could, please. My perception of what he's asking is he's followed the socio-cultural structure to save oneself for marriage for one individual. He has held true to that foundation and that structure socioculturally. And even though he's played the game quote unquote by the rules, he's asking, is it too much for him to ask for somebody that has less than 5? He's not asking for someone to play by the same rules he did, but he's asking for somebody to actually be lower in body counts than someone who stacked up more bodies than smallpox.
Okay, let me address that the best I can. What you are trying to live in the confines of is, let me just say, your morals, your principles, your values, I can respect. However, that said, we are living in a time that the Bible has spoken about. The spirit of Lilith is very much alive, and you're also seeing a cultural Babylon, if you will. So while your morals, values, and ethics align with that of your faith, you're living in a faithless, godless time. Bottom line. And if you're not religious, that's fine. To each their own. But those of you that are, if you're wondering why you're adhering to the principles of God and God is not showing his people to you, so to speak, people abandon that God in this culture. I'm not saying all, but an overwhelming majority. It's a shame. I don't fault Christianity. I don't fault your beliefs. I think there's principles and values in that religion that are admirable. But the no sex before marriage doesn't exist. This culture values taking test drives, and often. And if you're wanting to succeed in this culture, in what we have now, just be aware. She's had a test drive. Unless you're 18. But if you're not, and you're looking for somebody, I don't know what your age preference is. I don't know if it's 20s, 30s, 40s. I don't know. 20s? Well, test drives are actually higher than in their 30s and 40s. But even then, 30s and 40s comes with kids and divorces, high body counts. It is what it is. There's no escaping that. I suppose, and I'm not insulting you. I'm not. But I am going to say this. I think what you're asking for in this culture, in this decade, in this time and place, is no short of, not to be punny, I know you like your puns, a miracle. It's just not happening. Like women have their bar set way too high, post-wall, that they're supposed to find Prince Charming with 6 figures after they've had kids with multiple different men. They're supposed to find a high-value man, and they won't settle for less than $200,000 a year. Is delusional. So is finding a virgin woman over 40 in this country in your lifetime at all. And I say that to be blunt, harsh, honest, for a reason. Just like those women are delusional, trying to have Christian values in a godless country, in a land that has abandoned the principles that you hold dear, is asinine. I don't say that to fault you or to say that you're wrong. I say that flatly and boldly because it is what it is. You know, a woman with a body count under 5 exists somewhere. Sure. Do virgin women that value the same things you do exist? Yes. Somewhere. But this continent, this landmass, the people on it, by and large, have abandoned religion, not just Christianity, religion as a whole. Money and government is the new god in this country. You haven't noticed. I'm not saying it's right. I'm not saying it's ethical or moral, but it is what it is. That's a big red pill to swallow. So if you want to succeed, you have to learn how to play within the confines and under the rule set that is in your given region. And in your case, it's not the virgin bride. It's a statistic, but just like that pool, it's very shallow. If you want to succeed, if you want to succeed, this is killing me. If you want to succeed, you have to lower your standards. Now, if you refuse to give up your principles because of your religion, then you have to be aware that you may be walking down the rest of this life path alone. I'm not telling you to give up your God, your values, your morals, your principles. But if we are to be honest, the likelihood of you finding that partner is less than a percentage in this country, based on how we've gone down this path. Again, we've abandoned religion. It is what it is. I know that's not a great answer, but it is an honest one. And one I think a lot of people skirt around. But hopefully it helped. I can't tell you the solution. You know, there are communities out there that are devout religious individuals. And I hope you find that community, and I hope you find that woman in that community. But if you're looking to throw a Hail Mary and find a woman to produce children for you, you're going to have to make some changes, because it is not happening under that mindset in this country anymore, short of a miracle. I hope I answered that question to the best of my abilities. Again, I'm sorry if it was harsh, but it is the truth. Gentlemen, your thoughts before we, and I need to get through this, but
Well,
your thoughts.
there are some more Rumble chats if you want me to go through them.
Yes, absolutely, because I'm blind to them. It's not showing me anything.
Yeah, I'm watching all three chats right now. So, Single for Life, anybody on the panel 58 years or older?
Oh, we caught that. We caught that earlier.
Oh, you caught that?
That's MGTOW, yeah.
Right. Scrolling up, because he does have a couple more. Is Jimmy streaming tomorrow? Well,
I don't know.
Yeah, anybody who knows Jimmy knows that is a wild card as of late. So hopefully he'll put something out tomorrow. But if not tomorrow, are you still planning on trying to do another Sunday stream right now?
Probably so. I think I'm going to do 2 shows a week now. Sunday being the more laid back, joking around, happy bullshit episode. And I'm sorry if I made anybody uncomfortable tonight. I just think it's important to discuss something more than just the stereotypical bullshit content that we normally do. But yeah, Sunday should be a thing. Yes.
Okay. Another from Single for Life. It's a pile of steaming shit. I'm not exactly sure what he's referring to. Maybe he's in agreement with Nate about the video we are watching. And
Could be.
Scrolling back up top, that clears it. As far as
Then we are caught up.
Yep.
I can't see anything on my side for what reason, I don't know. But it's not updating over here on either computer. So
yeah, I'll keep an eye on it for you.
Fair enough. Crusader.
I want to say something that is probably going to ruffle a lot of feathers.
Sure.
Watching this, this attempt at creating content has got me very, very agitated, to say the least, for a number of reasons. This dude is basically stereotyping and taking that misconception and blanketing everybody within this community. And that's not right. Are there certain people that fit that mold? Are there certain people that fit that stereotype? Yes, there are.
Right.
Like we said about 3 hours ago, we need to start doing better, because I personally do not identify with a single thing this individual has said. I personally find it a slap in the face, personally, that this man is ignorant enough to say these things and put it on the internet, and to associate that with me, someone he has never known. I find it completely disrespectful, dishonorable, underhanded, and probably the most cowardice way of doing something for this guy to sit here and to make these statements and to blanket an entire community because of some people focusing on one thing and having a single mind focus and not doing better. Like we said in the beginning, we need to work on doing better. Can we all recite the statistics? Yes. Can we all talk about all the stuff at nauseum, the social stuff, the divorce rates, the single mother rates? Can we talk about all that stuff? Do we know all the statistics off the top of our head? Yeah, we do. Can this dude? No, because what he does is he just takes his surface level stuff off of Reddit and he makes an assumption that everyone is like this. And what you're going to start to see is people who are not like this are going to start disassociating from the entire community and take their base of knowledge and their dedication and their hard work and put that energy and effort into something more powerful, more constructive, and walk away. Much like many men have walked away from marriage, children, family, everything else, you're going to have an exodus of men that do not want to be linked and associated with others like this. We need to not only do better, we need to do far more work. And we have a lot of stuff to do within our own community to do much better than what we have been doing. And you know what? We count on everybody else about responsibility and taking control and taking credit for what mistakes you've made. Yeah, all of us pretty much have a little bit of blame to go around because we let this community get this way.
And you are right over the target. Ironically, this video, if we were to watch it the rest of the way through, and I think this is your second, please make it stop. He says the same thing that you're saying. Ironically, I don't think he gets what you're getting at, but you're correct.
No, he's not smart enough.
No, but you're 100% correct. Why do they have this view of us? It is a slap in the face. It is. It's rhetorical, but I also do want your answer. They have this view of us because the loudest among us, the big channels out there, keep doing it. We keep allowing, and I do say that, we keep allowing the loudest voices in this community to keep preaching a message that makes us all look like fucking fools. Now, do I relate to some of the, say it over and over, shallow and pedantic views that he has? No. But am I guilty of some of the things he said? Oh yeah. I won't even take myself out of it. Like I watched this and I took a step back and went, No, I'm guilty of some of this. Me. That's me owning this. I want you to know that. I don't want you to go, I'm above and beyond and so much better than. No, I'm guilty. I've said and done some things in this space that were very similar to what he said, similar to what other content creators have done. Far bigger content creators that use this as a platform to, I don't know, grift, profit, whatever. But regardless, I'm guilty. I've done it. I've made some of these stupid critical errors. So I'm not even, Crusader, I know this wholly insults you. I looked at it and went, I got to do better. And that's fine. I mean, maybe you don't agree at all with anything he said, pointed in your direction at all. And that's fine. For me, I see it as a learning opportunity because there's some things that I've noticed in this community, in this show, that relate. It's uncomfortable, kind of a twist in the ribs, but it's a reality. Crusader, floor is yours again, sir.
All right. Have I regurgitated some of the facts, data, and statistics? Yes, I have. Have I gone out of my own way to mentor men half my age to teach them how to deal with difficult situations, toxic situations, and complex situations that they've found themselves in? Yes, I have. Am I guilty by association just for being a part of this community like this individual would like to have everybody believe? I don't see that. Am I partly guilty for being around and orbiting partially within the circles like this, yeah, I guess so. I guess there's a little bit of blame coming my way. But, Rhino, you and I have been talking for about 2 years, maybe a little bit less. Humbly speaking, how many times have you seen me do what this man is accusing all of us doing?
I mean, me personally, I haven't seen you do that at all. But to ask a question to your question, how many times on this show with our panel in general have you seen these stereotypes play out?
Multiple.
Exactly.
And me being a part of that is partly to my blame. I do my best. I try to redirect. I try to stay positive. I try to keep you guys focused on the positive growth aspect of things. But it's something, it's much like most people when drowning, they kick, they spasm, they freak out. Everybody goes through that phase. Some people get out of it, some people don't. And if this is the moment that brings it to light for a lot of other people, that's what this moment is. And then all the mistakes we've made previous to now can be forgiven, because not only have we forgiven ourselves and worked to move past this, we've also gone to make sure that we raise a flag and raise awareness to others within the community of the mistakes they are making as well. We are not trying to put up a tree to sit in the shade ourselves. We're trying to create shade for future generations that will never know who we were.
100% agreed. And I will repeat what I said at the beginning of this show. There is nothing wrong with the MGTOW or Red Pill philosophies. It is a great place to come when you're in need. It is a great place to grow, to heal, to learn. It is a tool. It again is not the destination in my opinion, but simply a place to stop along the way. However, I don't want you to take tonight's episode and go, wow, he's just saying fuck the red pill. No, I didn't say that. Never did. That's why I'm clarifying. Fuck MGTOW. Never said that. Clarifying that. But I do want to challenge you. And I do want you to look in the mirror. I do want this to be a tad bit uncomfortable. Hence why the tunnel vision tonight. I'm watching the chats. I am. I'm just not seeing the super chats because this platform hates me, apparently. I don't know. But I'm aware of what I'm doing. I'm pushing an uncomfortable button. Several at one time, actually. Now, I'm going to proceed on with a long episode. I am. The panel is free to leave. I will say that now. If you would like to stick through till the end, good on you. If you would like to step out now, I will do final thoughts for the panel now. I'm going to push through the rest of this video. I'm going to leave my final thoughts to the end and why I did this tonight. And I hope you will follow me down that road. Whether you do or not is up to you. Panel.
May I add something now?
Yes, you may.
One thing that I think this video really exemplifies is within every group, when it gets large enough, what's going to happen, just like in society, you can look at society itself as an example, as a whole. What happens when you have enough people within a large enough group, somebody narcissistic enough to lie, cheat, and steal their way to get the megaphone. And that individual is going to spout their own narcissistic view because they know they have the microphone. And what happens is that that individual always seems to have the most deplorable view of the bunch. It is an unfortunate reality that spans across the entire species. You can look at it throughout history that the trend of the most obnoxious one having the most undesirable traits mentally, of course, gets the megaphone and overtalks everyone else. You can look at this from the perspective of anywhere on the political spectrum, anywhere on the philosophical spectrum. Regardless of your philosophy or your political stance, you're going to see examples of this in every single group that has existed once it has progressed to a large enough stage. Somebody is going to find their way to the microphone because we all think, okay, we all deserve to add in our 2 cents. So we decide to pass around the megaphone so everybody gets heard. Somehow it gets to a certain individual that was able to sneak in amongst the masses, and when they get the megaphone, they shout down everybody else. Tate, for instance, why do you think that everybody that has opposed red pill or MGTOW philosophy exemplifies him? Why do you think that everybody on the left wing side of the political spectrum exemplifies people like Alex Jones and Steven Crowder as the prime example how everybody within that spectrum of the political stance or the floor is? Why do they use that? Now, I'm not saying that those guys are terrible, but they have problems. Problems that are a little bit more outstanding than the rest because they had the balls to stand up and shout that loud. They've got their own points, but at the end of the day, they shout down everybody else and they make the rest of us look bad. They present a bad example. As the saying goes, there's always a bad apple in the basket. You can't stop that. But what we as a community as a whole can do, I think Nate said it, it is a little bit on us for letting it get this far, for letting it fall down this deep into the hole. There's only so much that all of us can do. Really, all we could have done was start putting out little pieces here and there, whether it's in the form of a Twitter post or a video on your own channel if you are a content creator. This guy does not represent us as a whole.
Right.
He is one of many, just one with a few worms in the apple. But he is not the example. He is not our representative. He is not our governor. He is not our quote-unquote president of MGTOW or Red Pill.
Correct.
But there will always be... Oh, go ahead.
I'm going to jump in on that. That quote about the rotten apple spoils the batch is something I've been meaning to address for quite some time here. And this tonight is part of that. Whether we like to admit it or not, a lot of this community is tainted. A lot of it is if-then thinking. Black and white. There is no color spectrum in a lot of these views from a lot of these content creators, big and small. There are a lot of men with huge holes in their lives trying to profess and preach the truth, when really it's their truth. I'm gonna go uncomfortable with this. I need you to hear this. You have the answer for your life. Not me, not anybody on this panel, not any content creator in this space. Again, the red pill is a tool, and I know I'm repeating myself, but you need to hear this. A lot of men in this space are trying to tell you unequivocally, this is how you live your life if you profess to be this, if-then thinking. And that's dangerous. That mentality is why this video exists. Like it, love it, hate it, loathe it, however you feel about it. Unequivocally, content that opposes us, that exists like what we're hearing tonight, exists because there's an echo chamber. A very loud, resonating echo chamber. And it's getting louder. That's something to consider. When you're watching this content, take a step back. Take a step outside. Breathe in fresh air. Look at the blades of grass on the ground below you and think about what you're doing. I mean that. The message you're hearing here, does it resonate with who you are and what you want to be? Take the parts that matter, take the parts that are meaningful, and throw the rest out. I have allowed on my panel for the last 2 years some pretty toxic shit. That needs to change. I'm holding myself accountable to that. I have people coming in the space that profess and go on bigger platforms to have the answers. But yet when they come to these platforms, they bitch and moan and cry about the problems in their lives. And they use this as a platform to woe is me. That's a problem. That has to stop. I'm here to help you so that you don't make the same stupid fucking mistakes I did. And hopefully have a better life. But I cannot do that if when you come to the space, you join the pity party. Because this isn't a pity party. This isn't a place to cry. Now, if you want to call in and talk about your problems, and maybe a panel can help you with that, that's fine. But a panel consisting of people that are crying about the problems, that is a problem. A panel that is consistently talking about a radical ideology that does coincide with some of the things said on this uncomfortable show tonight is a problem. I'm looking guilt right in the face. I've allowed it. I've platformed it. Week after week, I've been part of the problem. I have to see beyond that. I have to know where my shortcomings are if I am to grow here. Most of you seem to be following through on this message, which I appreciate. I'm looking at the numbers. I can't trust YouTube. The numbers are low because most of you have moved. Most of you that matter in this space, and this content matters to you, have moved off of YouTube, and I appreciate that. I'm watching the numbers elsewhere, and they are consistent. So this message is hitting home, regardless of how offensive, in your face, or controversial it is. And I think that's a good sign. It is resonating. So we are going to finish this video, and then we're going to call it a night. We're going to get out of here. We're going to think on this and come back another week and maybe discuss it further. No more of this content will be on future episodes, just so you know. But I think it's important that you see the outside perspective of what this is, because quite frankly, those voices are the loudest. They've made it here. They've made it into shows in this community, not just mine, bigger platforms as well. Week in and week out, you have seen the same echo chamber of negative content. Bottom line, go to any show, mine included, and look at the content. It's constantly, look at how shitty the world is around you. Doesn't it suck? And that's it. See you next week. That's not growth. That's not building a community towards something bigger. That's giving everybody a room to bitch and whine and cry. That's creating an echo chamber. And I for one, think it's time we make something bigger and better of this. I'm not here to lead it. I'm not here to tell you how to do it. I think each of you has the answer. And I think together we can do it. I think together we can build something better. But this PUA, grifter, doom and gloom, black pill, if you will, this whole you will if you want to be a part is bullshit.
Rhino, may I interrupt you for a moment?
Yeah.
I think you are absolutely right that it is just not us on the panel who needs to just do better. It's also everybody viewing us who consistently views us to go out and improve their lives, show other people how these processes improve their lives, and then pass it on to others. Because if we're just echoing to each other the exact same points and nobody else is doing anything about it to help improve society as a whole, I mean, it's going to be it'll be a slow creep, or what is it? Pop says mission creep. I know Nate has alleged this in some backstage conversations. I hope you don't mind me repeating this. We need to do better for not only just ourselves, but our communities. Because if we improve ourselves, we become good members of our own communities. And then they find out we're red pill, or that we have red pill leanings or awareness. They're not going to look at us with the disdain of the negative stereotypes. They're going to look at us like, maybe these red pill guys have something that we don't have.
And exactly.
And they can inquire, and we can teach, instruct where we're subject matter experts on where to instruct, or refer them like, hey, you got this issue. Based on what you told me, I don't know how best to handle it for you, but I think I can direct you in the direction of someone or a series of videos or a series of readings that can possibly give you improvement or what you're looking for.
Yeah. Yep. Now, what I've said tonight, I'm going to hit this home as hard as I can. And you know what? It might not resonate with everybody. The hardest pill you are ever going to swallow is that there is something far greater than the pill you just took, which is the red pill. Some of you took it decades ago. Some of you took it not too long ago. This community will grow, and it is growing fast. And it is our job to give this group of men coming into this space something to find hope in, not misery and sorrow in. It is our job to pass the torch to future generations to live better lives if possible, not to just sit and wallow in the shitstorm that is reality. All right? Now, I'm going to say this. We're going to finish this video. I'm going to get out of here, but I need you to hear this again. The hardest pill you will ever have to swallow is the pill beyond the red pill. This pill that I'm talking about is here tonight in your face. There is more beyond it, and we need to work towards that. Like Sean's saying, not just repeating the same talking points, but helping to better the community and bettering ourselves. And bettering ourselves, in turn, makes a better community. So,
one final interruption. Yes. Because Kin to the Wind in YouTube chat, I think, said something kind of profound.
All right.
We were born into a war we did not start, and we will not end.
That is profound. Yeah.
I
Solid
just wanted
statement.
to point that out.
Absolutely. Let's get through this driveling drool of a video, this attempt at content creation, as Crusader might say. We've got to get through to the end, because I think rattling the sabers here and bringing up uncomfortable truths is going to go somewhere good. May have a little bit of an effect tonight and irritate some people, but let's follow through and get through this.
Always mediated It runs through different points, like a river, never coming from a single source but always from multiple entry points. To understand a river, say, we have to look to physics, geology, its tributaries, weather cycles, and so on. There are many disciplines, many points of view, not any supposed single source. Any understanding of the concept of a river requires an engagement with the wider idea of nature, a totality itself.
In fact, immediate knowledge or supposedly authentic identity is often mistaken.
Immediate, direct experience tells us that the sun revolves around the earth, or that sticks bend in water. Immediate, direct historical evidence from, for example, a soldier during a war is powerful, but tells us nothing of the wider war, the reasons, the politics, the campaign, the troop movements, the maps. Memory and the senses can also be faulty. Trauma can affect how we think. Our personalities, our psychologies, the present moment can always affect how we think, change how we think.
Several philosophers have argued against thinkers like Descartes, Kant, and Fichte that knowledge can be based on immediate and authentic first-person principles.
The German philosopher Georg Friedrich Hegel, for example, very influentially argued that all knowledge is mediated, that the whole is more important than the individual parts. What does this mean? Well, it's impossible to understand any concept without going outside of it to the whole. It's impossible to understand men without considering the relationship to women, and as such the concept of human, and then the human's wider relationship to its environment and nature. It's impossible to understand the concept of timber without the concept of tree, landscape, water, and oxygen.
Because human action is social, any choice of what any individual should do jumps outside of the individual and has to consider the wider whole, how others will react, what the law is, say, what friends will think, or colleagues, what the science says. In short, all action is intersubjective.
Because there's always another person to limit what we say, to prod, to argue, another subjectivity becomes part of ours. Even if we ignore them, move away, there's still a space, the where they are, that becomes part of our individual subjective mental map.
This right here is something to consider. No matter how individual we are in this space, we are collectively rubbing off on each other, whether that's positive or negative. That's something to consider as well. Again, I know there are detractors on this video itself. I can understand, but there is some truth there, and that is part of the problem in this community.
Philosopher Terry Pinkard puts it like this: self-legislation must start from somewhere in particular, from an involvement in some kind of pre-reflective, pre-deliberative context of rules and principles that we have not determined for ourselves, and thus from some other legislation that has been imposed on the agent from outside the agent's own activities.
Thinking involves going outside of yourself. If you live egotistically, as Andrew Tate does, believing in the sheer power of self-confidence and self-will, you fail to incorporate the ideas, the social rules and influence of others into your map for acting. You can act as if your realm of authentic and red-pilled existence is my truth, say, but you're shutting yourself down from other people's modes of living, thinking, acting, and because of this, you're going to inevitably become a less successful actor in the world. This is why empathy is one of our most powerful human tools. In attempting to see something from another's point of view, it's not just that you're being altruistic or thoughtful or benevolent or considerate, it's that you're widening your own knowledge.
Again, for what it's worth, I know this has been uncomfortable, but solid points and empathy here, at least.
Picking up different ways of seeing, talking in multiple personal languages, thinking about what the other would do and why. The wider you cast your net of understanding, the more you touch the most powerful of things, the universal, the perspective of infinity. The person who can call upon and has a sense of the universal inevitably, over the long term, becomes the most influential.
The philosopher Friedrich Schelling, in responding to Fichte's all-powerful I, said, "How can it be the case that all knowledge starts from an I, when there must be some kind of pre-established harmony, a common world of some kind, to even communicate to in the first place at all? Otherwise," he says, quote, "those who intuited utterly different worlds would have..."
Layman's terms for anybody watching, how can the eye see if there's no world to perceive? So keep that in mind.
Absolutely nothing in common, and no point of contact at which they could come together. With the hyper-personalized experience we get from the internet, conspiracy theories become more common precisely because the I thinks it can always dispute the common world by choosing its own evidence, by putting itself and its own experience on a pedestal. But this is a mistake. As Philip K. Dick said, reality is that which, when you stop believing in it, doesn't go away.
Freedom, being more free, doesn't come from believing in tapping into some inner wisdom, but instead comes from without. Comes from our institutions and historical contexts, our bodies of knowledge, our collective responsibilities, how others respond to you, and so on. It's
And jump on in, sir.
Oh, I think Jackal and I are about to argue the exact same point, where it comes that our freedoms are determined by institutions and things like that. No. Our freedoms do not come from institutions. Institutions have an extremely bad habit of restricting freedoms, not instigating them. The founders had a very kind of religious way of where they said our freedoms are granted to us by God or the creator, whatever you believe in. But there's the concept of unalienable rights. I don't have a right to hurt anybody else. I don't have a right to impose on someone else.
Mm-hmm.
I don't have a right to do bad things to people for my own personal gain. Granted, in the natural world, it is kill or be killed, or you sacrifice some of your goods and run away to live another day. Humans are a little different. I'm sure Nate could probably expand on that better, but I will table it to go to Jackal because he said stop before I did in chat.
What I wanted to kind of point out in that spiel he went on there, quoting all of these philosophers, is yes, we do have to take in account of what we are going to be interacting with when we start to impart our own, I guess, as he quoted, my truth. When you're living in your own little realm, you have to step outside of that realm, step outside yourself, and have to perceive it a little bit through somebody else's perspective. That is true. We will influence others, especially if you are one that has come up with an understanding, or you have found yourself in understanding beyond what the majority have found. What you notice within a large group is that when one finds something that is far more profound than anything else, the others will turn to look at that individual and ask, what is it that you have found? Because if you are acting in a way that is influenced by this profound idea that you have discovered, you have to make sure that you are taking care, I'll just say, when you are interacting with others, again, with Tate's kind of example there, of self-confidence. Yes, the red pill philosophy, you will have to tailor it if you are to impart it on others, but not like you are obligated to. Keep in mind that this is not a cult. Far from it. A cult will say you are obligated to impart this knowledge, if you can even call it that, on others so they may see the truth, so they be enlightened. Many have said that, but few actually meant it in just, because secretly they were just imparting their own narcissistic view of the world and not the truth, if you could even call it that. You're not obligated to impart this, but you are obligated to take care of yourself and take care of those that you deem valuable to you. Those that you, I'll just come out and say it, those that you love, your family, your closest friends. If you cared about them and you see them going down a obviously dead-end trap in life, then if you want to make it your obligation to at least give them just that little olive branch that could lead them down the red pill path. Give them the option. Tell them that there is another way. Don't start dumping a bunch of rhetoric on them, because that rarely works. Simply enlighten them that there is another way. Kind of
like
take
giving a warning.
Yes, take the blinders or take the eye patch off of the other eye and just give them a heads up. I can't come up with a better term, but just give them a heads up that there is a better way to approach this. Again, it's not your obligation, but yes, you will have to step outside of yourself to kind of get an idea of how you should tailor, how you are kind of emanating this red pill way of thinking. Because yes, you will give off that vibe, as the kids say. You will give off the vibe of being a red pillar, which, depending on what crowd you hang around, they will automatically loop you in with conservatives, and then from that they will jump to, oh, you're an extremist, or you're a neo-Nazi, or that you're a Trumper. And they will jump through all of these lily pads in their mind simply because you did not tailor your approach to others with this idea. Because keep in mind, this is an idea. This is not a cult. This is not a religion. This is an idea. An idea of being self-aware, being aware of your surroundings, and acknowledgement of the changes within your environment. You're stepping outside of yourself, thinking hard, okay, life has a single goal, and that is to kill me. How do I get around this? That is all it is. So, It's not an obligation to impart it on others, but it is a good thing to do. But keep in mind, you have to tailor it because, yes, we are a social species. That is what sets us apart from animals. We can socialize on a deeper level than animals can. We can negotiate. That is what gives us kind of an extra card in the hand, you may say. As Sean said, whether you believe in God or not, let's just meet in the middle and say the intelligent creator. Because obviously the creator must have been intelligent to create something as complex as humanity itself. One that embodies diversity, because no one person or two people are the same. They are infinitely different. They may look the same externally, but internally, they can be infinitely different. This is scientifically proven. But
all right.
That is just something you have to make sure you are counting that off on your list.
Fair enough. All right, we're going to finish this. It's been a long episode, one of the longest we've done in a very long time now. Let's wrap this up. We'll get out of here. There will be an after party, although be it brief for me. We'll do it. But let's get through the rest of this, shall we? It's only a few more minutes, but I do want to get through to the end on this one. So, here we go.
It's not the HIT workout and the self-help book that sets you free. It's our collective landscape.
You guys have no idea because you're in a bubble and we all sit out here looking at...
Which is again why red pill ideology lines up with libertarianism. People like Jordan Peterson have to believe that freedom to be masculine, for example, comes from timeless individual freedoms, rather than an idea of freedom that's evolved and changed over time and will continue to evolve and change. Institutions, feminism, cultural Marxists, regulations are all criticised based on how much they supposedly restrict that innate, natural and timeless individuality.
As they should be.
But institutions, whether the media, governments, churches, families, schools, friendship circles, colleagues, any normative body of knowledge about how to act and what to do, this is the raw material from which individuals are formed, from which individuality springs forth. This is the common world, to use Schelling's terminology, that should be the object of any analysis. It's there, in that common world, that our intersubjectivity plays out.
In a culture that doesn't believe this, history doesn't matter because we have the supposed eternal truths of something like evolutionary psychology. Sociological change doesn't matter because there's no such thing as society, in Margaret Thatcher's words. Institutions are only important to the extent to which they align with my truth, my desire to do what I want to do. There's a turning inward rather than an acknowledgement that all experience is mediated, that we all have to engage, interact with each other and the outside world.
In this way of thinking, there's only the immediate desire, the individual feeling, the present moment. What this really amounts to is stop thinking, renounce analysis and reflection. Things won't change. In this video, I wanted to explore some of the philosophy that might help explain that red pill matrix triad. For me, as much as for you, it helps to lay a foundation like this, a structure to further explore. But any analysis needs
Only
to
have a
think
few
about
minutes left.
exactly
Stand
why
by.
men get pulled into this rabbit hole in the first place.
Ben Rich and Eve Bijalka write in a conversation article that for many young men, their introduction to the manosphere begins not with hatred of women, but with the desire to dispel uncertainty about how the world around them works, and crucially, how relationships work. They continue that the foundations of the manosphere may not strictly centre on misogyny, as is popularly imagined, but in young men's search for connection, truth, control and community at a time when all are increasingly ill-defined. And the sociologist David Morgan has argued that as the world has shifted from brawn to brains, many men have fallen behind. Boys don't do as well as girls at school, wages have stagnated for 50 years, we're staring at screens all day and presented with the highly unequal social space and unrealistic models of what success looks like. Morgan argues that some men, devoid of the status they think they used to have, find themselves in a position of, quote, cultural redundancy.
But instead of thinking through change, the conservative tendency is to blame change. If feminism, cultural Marxism and conspiracies are the problem, then all you have to do is look within to a timeless kernel of supposed masculinity to find the solution.
In taking the red pill and seeing a truth that cuts itself off from the wider matrix of belief, you end up stubbornly cutting yourself off from other groups, other ideas, other people, limiting yourself and what you can do with your life.
To be honest,
now,
this is
I am
a
going to
topic...
interject here a bit. What he doesn't understand, and we are going to finish it, only a few seconds left now. The Matrix isn't a wider belief set. Realistically, the Matrix is the trap, the scam, the lie that we were all sold. The red pill is the escape from. Although, I will examine that briefly. There are subsects and groups outside of ours that we could learn from that we do tend to cut ourselves off from. I'm not saying feminists, Marxists, and communists, because quite frankly, no. That's all I have to say, just no. But when you're in an echo chamber like this, you limit yourself from hearing any other point of view, which may challenge you as a person and help you grow, which is easy to do. Echo chambers are comfortable places, but they do not value growth. That's something I would advise you put into your toolkit, so to speak. Allow outside opinions in. Doesn't mean you have to agree. Doesn't mean you have to conform, but at least allow. Genuinely, honestly. And I'm not even saying like just dismissively let them in. Let them stew, let them think, truly ingest them, and then if you decide it's not for you, spit them back out. But think. I think a lot of the problems with communities, whether it's this or others, is that once you've taken that pill, you are very quick to spit out anything that doesn't agree. Now, again, I have said there's nothing wrong with the red pill. I'll say that again because somebody will misconstrue this message if I don't. It's just, I have to make it clear. But the truth is, we do have blinders on at times. We're a horse on a race, and we only see forward. And if we don't stop, take the blinders off, and see the world around us, we miss a lot going on outside of our viewpoints. Something to consider. Uncomfortable truths as they may be, there is a world outside of this. And most of that world, the majority, doesn't see what we see. It would behoove us to at least see what's going on outside. Because we get so caught up in we've taken the red pill, we know the truth. And now we're ignoring the rest of the world because of it. That's a fatal flaw. That's an Achilles heel. And I advise against it. There is a world outside of this. I strongly encourage you to remember that. Let's finish. And then final thoughts from panel, and we're out.
I need to return to, because I was reading Victor and Schelling and Hegel, and I thought, oh, I can make a little video about some of the philosophical ideas and how they relate to being red-pilled, and to be honest, I've now gotten ahead of myself. So I've got a long reading list to get through. I'll leave a link in the bibliography, and you can maybe join me, and maybe we'll discuss in the Discord, and I'll return to this topic from a different angle with this philosophical foundation at a later point, because
I think that's it. Point is I haven't seen his other content. Maybe he does that. Maybe he actually addresses it further and goes further into the onion than just the first few layers. Maybe. I don't know. Maybe I will look at more of his content just to see if he takes it seriously and doesn't just go with stereotypes, which is what he's doing. But to be fair, we're all guilty of those stereotypes. Each and every one of us in this space has done it at one point or another. And if you need evidence of that, just go back and watch the content. We've all done it. Don't have to be proud of it, but we've all done it. It is what it is. The point of this is simply this. Long video to get to this point. There is more beyond our perspectives here. We've obviously grown a lot individually and as a community from these perspectives. But don't be blinded to the world outside of it. And don't be caught up in your own misery either. That's the biggest takeaway from this whole show, is the echo chamber creates crabs in a bucket in our community too. We've talked about it with women, feminism, but we do it too. The misery of one man in this space creates a whole lot of other crabs he pulls down with him. That's something to remember. Because I see it. I'm watching it. I see the content creators doing it. There's a bunch of you out there. Some of you are probably watching. Stop being the fucking crabs at the bottom, pulling other men down. Stop it. Just, fuck the language. Just fucking stop it. You're hurting other men because of your own pain. Yeah, your life didn't work out the way you wanted it to. No, it didn't. Didn't go with the sunshine and fucking roses that you thought it was going to be. 2, 3 divorces, whatever. But it doesn't mean you have to pull other men down because of that either. That's a harsh truth that a lot of you are going to have to look at. The men you're watching, why are they producing the content? Is it projection or is it to help? Because that's something else. If it's projection, you need to stay away from that content. Because no matter how many times they tell you they're doing this because of values and principles and morals and integrity, everything I've said tonight, they will pull you back down. They will keep you miserable and alone and suffering and angry because they are. I don't want that for you. And I don't want to be that. I don't want to make that content. I don't want to be that person. I don't want to be angry and miserable and alone and suffering. And I don't want to drag you guys into that either. And I don't want to platform anybody on this show that wants to do that. I don't want to platform people that are comfortable destroying themselves, slowly killing themselves through whatever substance they choose, that want to wade around in the mud that is their lives versus improving. I don't want to platform it. I don't want to be it. And I don't want to promote it. So going forward, we are going to change things. Red Pill Reexamined, that has been our show this evening. Let's go to the panel that we have left and get their final thoughts. And we're going to call it a night. Let's start with Crusader.
So, go ahead.
Oh, if Sean's got thoughts, go ahead, Sean.
All right, we'll change things up.
New year, new red pill. Is that where you're? Am I summarizing that correctly? Or paraphrasing it correctly?
No. I mean, while it's a fun thought, I actually spoke about this a few weeks ago.
New red pill rhino show dynamic going forward?
No.
Okay.
Maybe, but not because of a new year. This isn't a resolution. This isn't some. This has been in the works for a while. This conversation has been happening in the background for a while. We've talked about a show that we need to do for quite a while that hasn't happened, and I think this is a step in the right direction, uncomfortable as it may be. Just got to stop fucking around. That's the short of it. It's not a new year, new red pill rhino. No.
Yeah, that was probably a bad example. Or a bad
No. But I could see how you could do that, being January and all. No, it's just time to grow in this space and do something more challenging.
I like how you phrase that. Something more challenging than what you've done previously. Because we all still need to be challenged at every point of our lives. Because if we're just stagnant, that leaves us open for not pleasant things to happen to us.
Yeah.
But when we're challenged, we have to learn to adapt and overcome. And that continues to build individual growth. Or for your channel's example, growth for your channel to reach more people, not necessarily to come to us to look for answers, but to look for guidance on how they can improve their own lives. Whether they take all of our suggestions or just bits and pieces, it's like us handing a tool from our toolbox to another person who's seeking a tool to put in their toolbox. Again, with a toolbox metaphor, I'll try to stop it there.
Fair enough. Keep in mind, whether you agree or disagree, this space, this community, whether you are on the MGTOW side, the red pill side, whichever you align with more, this is modern philosophy. Now, today, you're not going to be recognized. Nobody here is going to be recognized as a great thinker of their time. Collectively, though, we are molding, we are shaping, we are changing society on what we do here. Let's make it fucking matter. All right. Let's not just have this be a quick burning candle at both ends that goes nowhere. Let's make what we're doing here make a significant impact on the world around us. Okay. Let's go to Jackal.
Oh, good grief. Yeah, this has been a long show. When you come into this space, you're looking for something that will make you realize that you are not alone. This is the day room. This is the life has been far more fucked up than it needs to be anonymous. This is where you go to learn just what else has been hiding behind the curtain. This isn't a religion where you go to worship a deity, to be indoctrinated of a ideal. This is not really an ideology. It's an idea, and that is it. It is the idea of understanding that life is not what you have been sold it to be. You need to figure out what to do after you leave the day room. Why I say you need to figure it out is because we're not your masters. We're not the guys in control. We don't control you. We don't control what you think. We just simply tell you how it is. That is the difference. Look at other groups that seem to be uplifted. They don't tell you how to think or what to look out for. They tell you what to think and how to act. and what you shouldn't say or what you shouldn't do. We're trying to tell you how to cut the strings off of your wrists and off of your ankles so you can stop being Pinocchio. Everybody else seems to be more interested in telling you how to tie those strings on. I'm not trying to pick a fight or try to point fingers. Of course, that guy would say that the red pill philosophy lines up with libertarianism, and instead of trying to propose ideas on how to fix what is wrong with society, what is wrong with us as a whole, they simply want to sit down on their ass and point fingers and blame. Well, guess what? That would make us no better than the opposition or literally anybody else sitting at the table, now would it?
Yep.
So keep that in mind. Pay attention to the little hints of what they truly think of you. Are they trying to tell you how to think? Or are they trying to tell you how you're supposed to live your life and say that if you don't do it, then you're a square? Because there's a big difference between someone that is trying to impart their own narcissistic view of the world upon you and make you a vessel, no more than just free advertisement, or are they trying to genuinely help you by telling you how to solve your problem? Because somebody that is telling you there is another way to approach this and then makes a proposition. They don't issue you an order or an edict. They give you advice. They give you an open option, a mental option. They're not trying to use you as a psychological experiment or a practice dummy for their rhetoric, for how they're going to be a sociopath and manipulate you to think like they want you to. Because majority of the time, I don't have the statistics to prove this, but I will go out on a limb and say that majority of the time, these people that teach like this, if you can even call it teach, it's more like they're preaching gospel, even though that it's nowhere near close. They don't truly believe what they are saying with the words coming out of their mouth. They are no better than the politicians. Do as I say, not as I do. Those that impart a hidden narcissistic view do not act as they speak. They are simply taking advantage of one that has been worn down by life itself and the unfortunate circumstances that any individual may find themselves in. They are wolves, and they are bloodthirsty to take advantage of trodden down people. Doesn't have to be men either. It could be anyone. They view you as sheep, and they are the wolves taking advantage of you. Do not let them do that. I'm done.
All right. Well spoken. All right. Crusader has saved his for last, so we'll see how well this goes. He's had pent up rage most of the evenings. Let him his thoughts out there.
My thoughts is I'll pass on what I think every day. When I put my head down at the end of the day, I make a vow to myself that I'm going to be a better man tomorrow than I was today. I'm going to be a better person. I'm going to do one random act of kindness every day for somebody else. I'm going to do better. I'm going to be better. I'm going to improve who I am as a person. I challenge everyone out there to do the same thing. And once you start doing that, it becomes infectious. Then when you see things like what we watched tonight, it is a slap in the face to you. Be better, be smart, be articulate, be polite, be professional. Do the right thing, because even when nobody's looking, it's still the right thing, and you know you'll have a clean conscience and a clear conscience at the end of the day. Be that person. Be the better you. That's all I got to say.
All right. Okay, I'm going to, wrong button there. I'm going to put these guys backstage. We're going to close this out. Okay. I'm going to keep this as simple as I can. I know this has been a long episode. I apologize for that. I feel it was necessary. I didn't put time constraints on this, nor did I mention that going into this, that there'd be a time limit. I didn't know how long it'd go on. I think a lot of things came out that needed to come out. But I'll leave it at this. I talked about perception earlier on. And I know it was cliche and stupid as it's going to sound. Life is, capital I is, I-S, is what you make it, okay? You can choose to wallow in self-pity. You can choose to see life as unfair. You can choose to see women as evil and manipulative. And you can choose to see everything as against you. And again, you'll be right. 100% of the time, you'll be right. Or you can choose to change your point of view. You can choose to see the world around you and make it what you want it to be. That's your choice and your choice alone. I don't have the answer for you. As we said earlier, your life is yours to choose. If you choose to build a Toys R Us, that's fine. If you choose to read books or work on cars, whatever it is, that's your choice. Whatever makes you happy, of course. But I go beyond that. I challenge you to look within and challenge your own perception. It was huge for me, and I lost sight of it over the years. Ironically, I knew a lot more about perception before the red pill. And when I took the red pill, I think I myself was blinded. I've seen the truth. I know reality. It is what it is. And it's all shitty and dark. But I forgot something I learned when I was Jackal's age, maybe a little younger. I control the stage. So do you, by the way. You are the center of the stage in your life. So act the fucking part. You determine how this plot plays out. You determine the show. You determine when the curtain closes. And you determine the other actors and participants in your life. You determine whether it's a drama or a comedy, a success or a failure. You determine if the tickets sell out or if you play to an empty room. That is your choice. Not the world around you, not the hand you've been dealt. You are the master. You direct the show. You are both the main character and the director in your life. Again, act the fucking part. You will change the destiny of your outcome. You will change everything in your life simply by understanding that point alone. That's where I'm going to leave it tonight. We'll take it out on a fun note. Guess we got a new pee break from Gendai 351 again. It's a pop outro. So we'll play that, play the outro, and then of course I'll put up the links to the after party. But again, I just want you to understand You run this show. Every single one of you watching, run the show. I'll say it again one more time. Want this to hit home. Act the fucking part.
So, this was not one of my prouder moments.
A bullshit?
I was going to say that. I was still in high school. I was a senior. I was, 16-ish, gonna be 17 shortly. And I decided I'm going to have a lady friend over to my house at lunch. Because back then, you could actually, if you lived close enough to high school, you could walk home, eat lunch, and walk back. So this particular girl, she was about a year and a half older than me. She had already graduated, so she was out of the high school, craziness. But, things are happening. Couple buttons got undone, a zipper or two. There's a little bit of flappage going on. And then before you know it, we're going horizontal for a little of the old in, out, in, out. And I am just getting ready. I am in there. I am balls deep. And I hear this, oh dear. And I look up, and my 57-year-old grandmother is literally,
Shut up, Grandma! Take your prune juice!
standing.
Poor woman.
I saw the whole fucking thing.
Oh, no.
All right. So she immediately does an about face, walks out, gets in her car, and leaves. So, I have no choice. I go to the phone, call my mother at work. And I'm like, Ma, I wish you told me Grandma was coming over today. She's like, well, Grandma comes over all the time. Like, yeah, well.
Anakpota's in the chat. Did you finish?
I did not. I'm like, Ma, she walked in. I was with a woman and body parts were exposed. And then there's that uncomfortable silence. Then you get the, what?
Disappointed!
Well, at least you're calling me now so I could do some damage control because it literally just happened. All right. So fast forward this thing. It's like 6-7 weeks later. And we used to go to my grandparents' house every Sunday for dinner.
All right.
Now, I just I'm not going. And 6 weeks in a row. Finally, my mom was like, you're fucking going. Shut your fucking mouth and get in the car. So I'm like, oh, all right. I get in the car. We drive all the way out to Farmington. I'm doing the walk of shame up to the front door. And my grandfather answered the door. So he walked up. And this is exactly what he said. As soon as I walked up to the door, he was like,
flawless victory.
And I was like, I'm getting.
That's a good grandfather right there.
I'm getting a pass. Yes. I think I'm going to successfully get a pass on this. And then we had dinner. And after my mother's sister, the bitch starts setting in like, so I understand there is some extracurricular activities going on at your house.
Yeah, a little bit.
And I'm like, oh shit. And my grandfather just takes a spoonful of cake and he's like, well, at least we know he's not gay.
Fatality.
And that was it.
That's awesome.
That was it. It shut everything down.
Oh.
We are the arbiters of this society.
Repeat after me. As a good citizen, we must maintain a neutral carbon footprint. Repeat after me. We must eat the bugs. Repeat after me. We must eat the bugs.
This is a world that we create and manage. The people, they need to be controlled. We will give them truths, but only our truths. They are not to seek information anywhere else.
It is my job to keep order. So what you saw didn't happen. Erase everything.
You a grunt? I used to be one, and I was good at it.
I know. Things were simpler then. I have some questions.
You need to understand, we're being hunted.
By who?
Bring him to me.
This breaks the world.
Your story isn't over yet. There's still a page left.
Yeah. Sometimes I get so mad, there's no controlling me. My thoughts get so bad, I'm like, I might grab a bat, I don't know. My wrath, my blood boils over like, oh God, here goes. I lost all feeling from my head to my toes. You said some shit that I can't let go, so just stay tuned for the rest of the show. So have you ever felt betrayed? Switches how you see things, realize something needs change. Cause I know you got me f***ed up. Let me show you what's up. Cause enough is enough. I'll take a face full of pavement just to make a statement. I know there's no turning back. Oh God, adrenaline wasted, so mad I can taste it. I know there's no turning back. I'll do what it takes, I ain't making mistakes like that. I'll play it on your face to make you go take it back. I'll lose my shit, I go crazy when I'm mad. And now you go wish you would shut the fuck up real bad. And now that I'm gone, yeah, I know there's no turning back. And now that I'm gone, yeah, I know there's no turning back. I'll take smoke, I'ma poke a hole through you, choking's overdue. Come at me and you won't get any older, dude. Crack your holder too. Heating up inside of me, blood so violently. Thanks for trying me. Now it's finally time to see how this rivalry becomes a dynasty.